killed or injured. Russia's defense ministry says Ukraine used the U.S.-provided HIMARS rocket system in this strike. They hit a facility where Russian soldiers were staying in Makivka. That's in the Donetsk province, one of 4 regions that Russia claims to have annexed.
Fox's Nate Foy in Kyiv. Well, unless Missouri Governor Mike Parson grants clemency, 49-year-old Amber McLaughlin will become the first openly transgender woman executed in the United States. She is scheduled to die by lethal injection tomorrow for killing a former girlfriend 20 years ago. America's listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
An American Airlines ground crew member died after an accident at an Alabama airport.
The Federal Aviation Administration and National Transportation Safety Board are looking into the weekend death of a ground crew worker at the Montgomery, Alabama Regional Airport. It happened on Saturday afternoon on an airport ramp where an American Airlines regional carrier operated by Envoy Air was parked after arriving from Dallas. A statement from the NTSB says the crew member was, quote, ingested into the aircraft engine. American said in a statement it was devastated by the accident. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Israel's military fired missiles toward the international airport of Syria's capital early today, putting it out of service and killing 2 soldiers, wounding 2 others. That's according to the Syrian army. It was the second such attack in 7 months to put the Damascus International Airport out of service. Some flights have since resumed. The body of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI is lying in state in the Vatican ahead of his funeral on Thursday.
A queue was already forming as dawn broke over the Vatican. 25,000 people are expected to file past the open casket today alone. Benedict lies in red papal mourning robes and wears a gold-trimmed mitre. The public will also be able to pay their respects on Tuesday and Wednesday. Pope Emeritus Benedict expressed a wish for a simple funeral, which in a first will be presided over by the sitting pontiff, Pope Francis. The first pope to resign for 6 centuries died on Saturday at the age of 95. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul has signed a law making her state the 6th in the nation to allow human composting as a method of burial. The move legalizes natural organic reduction, popularly known as human composting, after Washington State, Colorado, Oregon, Vermont, and California. Critics oppose the burial method as inappropriate for humans. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Tuesday, the 3rd of January. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on the point. Timothy Tautau Sarabor was accused of preventing his ex-girlfriend from leaving a New Year's party after she asked him to bring her home. Police responded to a disturbance in Sinahanya on Sunday, where the woman told authorities that Sarabor prevented her from leaving by holding her arms while yelling at her. Court documents state that there was a protection order signed by a judge in 2020 ordering Sarabor not to threaten, abuse, or harass or disturb the peace of the woman. Police also found 2 glass pipes containing suspected meth, a scale, and a baggie with residue. Sarabor said the residence and everything inside was his. He was charged with possession of a Schedule II, unlawful restraint, and violation of a court order. Meanwhile, Attorney General Doug Moylan was sworn into office during a ceremony at Hilton held yesterday morning. Chief Justice F. Philip Carbolito administered the oath for the office Moylan held nearly 2 decades ago as the first elected AG. In his inaugural remarks, Moylan reiterated his promise to make Guam safer by aggressively prosecuting criminals. Keynote Speaker Lee Weber called out the media to do better to hold public officials accountable while calling out the 3 branches of government, saying many have forgotten that they are public servants who work for the people. Moylan says the next 4 years won't be easy, adding that Guam's tourism economy cannot afford the lasting scars criminals inflict. His message to criminals is to think twice under the AG Moylan administration. He is Guam's 6th elected AG. We'll have more news after this.
Every company needs money to grow and take on the challenges 2023 will bring.
That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you.
We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step or perhaps for a startup,
including working with SBA or GITA.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches.
Bank Pacific.
We want to be your partner.
Equal opportunity lender. Member FDIC.
Credit conditions apply.
Following the inauguration ceremony of the 37th Guam legislature yesterday, 3 candidates were nominated, but a speaker has yet to be selected. When Supreme Court Chief Justice Philip Carbolito opened the floor for nominations, Senator Chris Barnett nominated Senator Therese Terlahi, and Senator Will Parkinson nominated Senator Joe San Agustin. Republicans also nominated recently elected Minority Leader Frank Blas Jr. before they voted. The results of the votes were San Agustin 6, Terlahi 3, and Blas 6. The number of votes required for Speaker is 8, so no one was elected. According to Guam law, Justice Carbolito will hold the position of presiding officer over the session. And students will be returning to school this week, and FBLG Middle School has released the bell schedule when the middle schoolers start the new year at the Okudu High School campus. Class periods will be divided into blue days and white days. FB students will start the school day at 1:15 in the afternoon with 5 49-minute periods throughout the day on blue day and 4 class periods and 1 team time period on white days. The last class of the day for the middle schoolers will end at 5:45 in the evening. The FB campus in Jigo will be undergoing renovations to make the school safe for students to return. FB students have been tentatively set to close out the school year at Okudu High School. The high school students will attend school from 7:15 in the morning to 12:30. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
That's the best newscast of the year. Woohoo!
Yay!
No coffee yet? What's the matter? Are you uncaffeinated already? Here, come on. Did you not all weekend long look forward to coming in and doing this first newscast of 2020? The first newscast of 2023.
I didn't even think about it.
No, not even a topic for the brain. All right, Donna D, thank you so much for that. I suppose maybe this year I will start a trend, which will be whenever she asks for the weather, I'll actually do it. Like then and there, instead of talking about, hey, did you catch the legislature yesterday? Man, those guys, they ruined the inauguration day for everybody. More on that here in just a few minutes. We've got mostly cloudy skies today, highs near 87 degrees. There's east-northeast winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy skies tonight with overnight lows about 77 degrees in the forecast. East-northwest winds blowing about 7 to 11 miles an hour tonight as well. Tomorrow, now, first of all, we got scattered showers and thunderstorms that could be in the forecast for today. But I don't know. I thought things looked pretty clear when I was making my way out this morning. I've got the weather thing up on the screen right now. And, yeah, you can see where we've got some snotty weather. Looks like it's going to be, tracing over the southern roots of Guam. So be on the lookout for that down there. Otherwise, scattered showers today and tomorrow. Partly sunny with highs near 87 tomorrow. East-northeast winds up to about 16 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night. Mostly sunny on Thursday. They always say. Have you noticed they always say it's mostly sunny by Thursday? Like here's a reason to live, ladies and gentlemen. This is something to look forward to. For me, Thursday means Jory Day. So I don't know if I'm going to get a whole lot of that. Mostly sunny. Heat index today is going to feel like 92 degrees. Rip current warnings. Portuguese man of war on the beaches. Just untold disaster awaiting you if you get into the water. This is why I don't like to do weather too early. Sunrise this morning. Wow, really? 6:44. That's like it's almost 7 o'clock before the sun comes out. And the sunset tonight is going to be at 6:06. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on the point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Right. 6:13 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at where are they? APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Up on the screen right now. It's also being brought to you by the where are they at? What's the name of them? Is the power on the what's the name of the website? I can't blow this because otherwise people complain. Poweronthemove.org and the World Wide Web. And here's the thing. This has been all over everybody's WhatsApps over the last couple of days. Expect lane closures and traffic delays today at 9 until 11 o'clock. All northbound and southbound lanes will be closed in 5-minute intervals, and then it gets more fun about 11 o'clock until 3, where single lane closures northbound and southbound. All other lanes will remain open. Now, this is going to be taking place on Marine Corps Drive and Route 1 intersection over by Adelup. Expect some delays if you're running through there in that area, but it's starting to look like we're getting serious about moving all of this heavy equipment from down over at the port up to Ukadu, so keep your eyes out for all of that.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Another New Year weekend. Hey, how about that? Look at me. You get, there's no handcuff marks or anything like that. My name's not in the magistrate report. I wasn't holding on. I wasn't trying to prevent somebody from leaving a New Year's party by holding on to her, even though there's a restraining order on me. How does that even happen? How do you just kind of, what is it, like restraining orders don't matter on New Year's? Is there like a special dispensation the judge will understand? And then you get stupid and you smoke ice, and then all of a sudden you find yourself back in jail.
I was actually surprised, Ray, that they found ice. I was surprised.
Over the weekend?
No,
there seemed to be so many shortages. So many shortages just about everywhere. And even if there's no shortage, it's impossible as hell to get into the store. Did you? No, I'm serious. Did anybody roll around on like Saturday morning?
Fail.
As everybody was getting ready for New Year's, I passed. It was dogging out traffic at both entrances and the exit to Payless. I mean, everybody was trying to snag that one good parking space in front of the infusion sign, but no. Other people aren't having it, so it was busy through there. And then once I got past that, I thought, maybe I'm going to go over to Happy Mart. And no, you're not going to Happy Mart. It's dogging out traffic over at Happy Mart. My name is Ray, and I haven't eaten all weekend because I couldn't go to the store and do any kind of grocery shopping. It just was one of those things. So yeah, even if you had money for things like, I don't know, groceries and crystal methamphetamine, might have been pretty difficult to get a hold of them this weekend. Real Joe with an interesting story about. And I don't think I've got the visual that I can show up on the screen. But your boy in Colorado.
Oh yeah.
Well, okay,
no eggs, man.
So like
shortage.
There's a shortage of eggs.
Major shortage of eggs.
Okay, now it's not like there's no chickens that are making the eggs, right? I mean,
that's right.
There's plenty of eggs, but they changed the law in Colorado, right?
Yeah, free range only.
Only free range
chickens only will be sold. So there's a shortage, there's very little, and the price is like...
Oh, gotta be. They instantly created a monopoly, aren't there?
Yeah.
I'm sure there aren't that many. I'm sure there aren't that many farms that, where everything is free range. And I don't know. I mean, it might be arguable that a free range egg from a free-range chicken might be that much better and healthier for you. Yes, it's a happier egg. There's more of the delicious egg protein goodness in there. It's a free-range. You know what? We've all heard the phrase egg farts. You don't get them as bad. Those. You still get them, but you don't get them as bad.
They're so hot.
As if so here's. So why aren't we? If that's so much better for us, then why aren't more people going out and finding all the nests for the hens and getting the free range eggs that every village, go up to Barragat Heights, there's chickens all over the place.
It's hard to tell though if it's balut, right? I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm getting if I just go out there.
Right? You don't. How far along the way are we here in this process? I'm not a farm boy myself, Real Joe, and I make a big deal about growing up in the 1960s when things were different, and the people I think maybe lived a little bit closer to the earth back then, but I didn't. We lived close to the earth, but we also lived close to Ada's, right? We also lived close to Ada's Market, so they had all of the eggs that we needed, and Grandma didn't need to go out there, and my mother didn't need to go out there and do all of those kinds of things. But I'm just wondering, if that was the big deal, then why did we ever start trusting the grocery stores to handle the eggs for us? Thank God we don't have any laws like that went into place over the weekend. Might be interesting to find out what laws did go into effect on January the 1st of 2023. Holy crap. January 1st of 2023, and it's already behind us, 20 after the hour here. Quick question. Who's still doing their New Year's resolution? Did you make it? Did you go jogging on New Year's morning and go, whoa, that's a heart attack? What
about it, man.
What am I doing? How many have you gone through the Instagrams, right? And all the guys doing their little exercises, how to get rid of belly fat, and then you save them, and then it got to be New Year's morning, and you're going through all of these saved little flags that you've got on your Instagram going, I don't feel like doing that, man. I don't feel like that. They just look, oh my God, that's just why do I want to sweat into 2023? What about your other New Year's traditions? I went and at the 30th on Saturday, I was looking at the I'm going to get misty thinking about it. I always do when I think about lawn mowing. But I was looking over at the front yard, and it was beginning to look like the Agania post office did back in November.
Wow, yeah.
And I thought maybe I better take care of it. Looked like Gov Guam was supposed to take care of my yard. So I went out there and I did that. And I patted myself on the back, going, yeah, that's the way I want to go into New Year's. At least the sink and the front yard are cleaned out. You know what I mean?
Good job.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'm gonna ask. I mean, if it was private, you probably shouldn't have posted it on Facebook. But little ruckus with a bad cough over the weekend.
Oh, the bad flu, man. Mother of all flus.
The
is
mother-
what
the-
the guy called it there.
The big guy called it?
Dr. AJ. That's what his name was. He was a house kind of doctor, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's
As
like,
in,
hey,
as in
man.
the house TV show.
Yeah, he
No,
said, bad news, the kid's going to live.
Yeah, so no,
Take him home.
Everybody needs to pay attention to this. Everybody needs to pay attention to this because this guy saved Real Joe all kinds of time and probably all kinds of money. And we were all very, very concerned. Normally, I don't care about other people's kids, but I was really kind of worried about this. No, it's true, but so Real Joe posts up on the weekend that the kids have this terrible cough, and I guess GRMC doesn't take little kids.
They don't take the little ones.
All right, so your only choice was Navy Hospital.
Oh, God, no.
And you forgot to join the Navy,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
no. And Guam Memorial Hospital. Now, I
dreaded it, man.
I
I turned around and I went home. I actually did. And then I was like, I better just take him in.
Right.
Because I was worried about all the hoopla and the waiting and the emergency room out in the parking
exactly
lot.
how I feel about traveling. Yes, right. So you get to the emergency room doors, and was there anybody there?
No, not at first. I had to go in there and find the intake guy, and he wanted to know everything about me, tattoos, scars.
Wow.
So I made sure I paid the bill later.
Okay, right.
Man.
Yes, we want to be able to. Nobody pays their bill at GMH.
No,
I don't know. I mean, it's a process. I understand that they have to do this, but it's a process. But it's one of those things. I think it's optional. If you don't want to pay the bill at GMH, don't worry about it. It's not like they're going to send somebody. You don't get tax refunds anyway for them to garnish, so this isn't a big deal. But you got to see a doctor there, and everybody needs to get this piece of advice here because it sounded like this was a doctor who has lived in the real world where kids get sick and they just kind of they'll be sick one day and then the next day they're doing cartwheels in the front yard.
Yep, it's true, man. That's what happened.
Right? So you
Dude, sit down already, man. You're sick. Cartwheels?
Yeah, but so Ruckus is better today.
He's feeling a lot better.
All right, I'm glad to hear that.
Way better.
I'm glad to hear that. And big shouts to beautiful Sarita Garin, who would not take no for an answer and insisted on being Nurse Sarita Garin over the weekend,
God,
right?
thank you.
You're very welcome.
Sarita, thank you.
6:23 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show, and it's the first time in 2003 that we're going to be able to do this for these people here.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
I love that. I'd actually seen this over the weekend. It's a picture of a bunny rabbit and a deer and a duck, and it says, if you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside and warm them up. And underneath that is a picture of roast duck, and we've got a deer steak there and some kind of a roast ducky bunny rabbit or something like that. Absolutely a terrific indicator of where we ought to be thinking about 2023. 6:24 in the morning. All right, who? Like I slept in a tree. Who is the very first one for today? The very first name on the screen for 2023. Are you ready?
Oh,
It's after the shenanigans yesterday. I'm sure she's happy she did not win a seat in the 37th Guam Circus. We're talking about Sandra Rages at number one out there, followed by the entire family is back together. Dave Dinsman is there. Colin Clark. I got M.T. Farron, Vince Delgado, Hoffa Jerome McDonald. Nice picture of you and the boys in Facebook. Lucia Fleming Wood watching the program. I see Nick Perlowski looking for something to growl about. Stand by, Nick. I got growly stuff coming your way. Ismael Velez. Let me see. Colin. Rico Blankenford. There's the big man. I got Brandon John Diego watching the show. Tim Zedeker's there. So is Keena McCausland saying 2023. Thumbs up. Absolutely. And let me say, I got one or two other notes that are in my head. First of all, sorry, we're not on the YouTube. I pressed the thing to get us going. I don't know. I had to move browser. I had to move Windows from one browser to another, and whatever the thing. I don't know. It's Windows. Can I just blame somebody else?
Windows.
If Bill Gates would just get his act
Microsoft
together.
works.
then I would. This would be a whole lot more fluid. So expect that there's going to be other faces watching the program on the YouTube side. Big man Dennis Benzer is online. I put his meat in my mouth.
Oh, you did?
I was surprised.
It was delicious.
It was hot. Yeah, I mean, literally, I know where your brains are at right now. But take it out of there. He actually cooked up some steak over the weekend.
Culinary expert.
It was, and
Dennis Spencer.
And so he does one of these things, and he takes it off of. It's like my last wife, and he cooked something, and he took it literally off the fire. Not he's got a thing. He's got a grilled it, and he takes the steak min off of it, and he says, "Here, try this," and almost puts it directly into my mouth, and it is hot. It's like it put a piece of charcoal in my mouth. So how do you feel about that?
Care if you burn your mouth, man.
But it was good. It was good. And I expect I should get my taste buds back sometime in the next couple of days. Henry Manglotnia is there. The other Vince Borja is online saying good morning to everybody. Doris Doug Mitchell is on. B-Man Dennis Larson. Ben Servino saying good morning, Guam and the Point family. Ben with some, is it Ben or your brother that had great anniversary pictures up over the weekend on Facebook. That's nice. You get married around New Year's.
Yeah.
You always get the day off, and there's fireworks. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas is online. I got Brandon John Diego, Pat Saho, and John Ray Titano checking in from wherever John Ray is at. Mike Grace Bloss and Charles Craw. Good morning to, Valerie S.A. Untalan. There he is. The Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, online with us today. Always good to have you there, sir. Another word for circus, says Dennis Larson, is Gov Guam. Might want to narrow that down. Like I said, this is what happens when you hire clowns. You got to expect a circus. We didn't learn that from Joe Biden. Well, take a look at what we've got now with these shenanigans over at the legislature. I don't even know what to say about it. Heather Perez is there. I got Jane Nauta, Post Canteen, Mitch Prashado. Hey, cuz, good to see you online. Henry Manglotnia, James Bondo, Margaret Estacchio, and Ron Castro. Looking at Tom Tahanzi saying good morning to everybody. Hey, Cousin Troy's online. Cousin Troy.
Oh, good morning, my favorite.
Did you? Now, was it you that put the sound effects on the legislature? Because I got a video feed. And I'll play it for you in a few minutes. And it goes through, it's not very long, but somebody decided that it would be funnier if it had a soundtrack. And it says it's like a little, not like the Calliope. And thank goodness, because I don't know if I can play that. Anyway, Cousin Troy says, I've missed you all. And I'm going, well, you know what? I would like to say that I missed you, but I heard from you virtually every day this weekend, either crowing about what was going on with the legislature or talking about the money that the FBI have taken out of the Bang of Saipan.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that?
Eyes popping off right now.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. That's going to be very, very interesting. Money laundering, allegations of money laundering there, allegations of influence peddling and influence buying in the NMI. Boy, I wish I had more than just initials, don't you? Well, that's why we've got Candid. Johnny Atulai. Oh, Johnny is online. Good morning, Ray says. Let me see. Sungi Marijuana Guam. Jeff Pleadwell. Jeff, I want to say thanks very much for the hospitality over at Pirates Cove.
Oh, did you see him when you went down?
I saw a figure.
You didn't see.
I saw a figure, and I didn't want to look too hard because I know how I am, and I would have been walking around the house New Year's morning in my birthday suit, and I didn't want that to be how I started off 2023. So I was over at the beach. I was over on the beach side, and I posted some interesting pictures of sunrise 2023 coming up over at Jeff Pirates Cove in Apan. Has turned into my New Year's tradition. Now, you might be saying, well, what time did you go to sleep then on New Year's Eve? 1. So I went to sleep at 1.
Wow,
I was up at 5.
You did it.
To drive all the way down.
You made it past 10.
Yeah, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Just can I just, and I was with my adventurous friends, right, on New Year's. But still, there were these moments of boredom where you're sitting around looking at your watch going, okay, what are we going to do for the next hour and a half between now and midnight? And as it turns out, it was kind of fun. Was counting all the ambulances and, sirens that go, because it was down in Anigua. And that's Wild Wild West on Guam. But then so is every other village. Ed Buendicho, Bandits Online, Cheryl Ochibe, Buenas and Hafade to Adita Camarillo. Sarita Garan says she's listening on the radio. So when I said Nurse Sarita, did anybody else Have the image of her in a nurse outfit?
Traveling nurse.
Yeah. With the old style nurse hat. Huh?
Yeah.
And white stockings.
Yeah.
Stop it. It's too early for this. Post Canteen, there it is, VFW. I seen this already. No jackpot winner over the weekend. Last drawing. Next drawing is going to be Friday at 7 o'clock. The jackpot is now $3,800. Oh, you already know what I'm going to say. John Barcina St. Nicholas is online. Brennan Fausto, Gerald Young, Joanne Titano. I got my bro, Dean Bates. I got to spend the New Year's weekend with him.
Mr. Bates.
And Alma. That was really, really nice for you guys to come by. Let me see. It was asking me, he says, did you hike today? I said, I didn't hike today. He says, why didn't you hike today? I said, because I did my yard. I get to a certain age. I can do one or the other, but rarely ever both. Let me see. The original Joe Cruz is online. The real Joe Cruz says, I listen to Neil Diamond. You're a good man for it, too. Let me see. Lena McDaniel, Eddie Cruz online. Hey, Alpha Sharky, good to see you there, bro. Got to say, Sharky does such an incredible job. I think he's like a one-man show over at John F. Kennedy High School. He's like the guy that takes care of the JFK statue and that whole surrounding area, the garden that he's got there. Way to do that, Eddie. Thank you very much. Brad Wood is online. I got Sabine Chargaloff. The reason why there's a shortage of eggs here in Southern California, one of the transport delivery trucks turned over on a freeway. 2,000 eggs were destroyed. And the cold weather is another factor, he says, in that. Let me see, Dennis. David Dinsman says, no resolutions, just a general plan to get into better shape without driving myself insane. John Ray saying, no YouTube, sorry. No YouTube, sorry. It's supply issues. Carol and Prune. Sandra De Leon Guerrero. Joe and Goko. I got, let me see. I want to get through all of the names here without doing too much of repeats. Troy Torres says, I have a different perspective, and I feel a bit hopeful after seeing what happened yesterday. All right, well, we'll give you a chance to share that perspective. Charles Cross says the main circus tent is up at Adelup. Nadine Gokwi Palomo wishing everybody here a happy new year from Sacktown, the state capital of beautiful state of California. Good to have you online. Keep an eye out for us. Chad Nathan Sablana Escura says mushy mushy. Let me see. Charles Cross, Kenny Williams watching the program. Yes, Ray, I had that image. And Dennis Larson says the Benny Hill theme song, good for Adelup too. Ruel the Rooster Drillon watching and a whole bunch of others. Wow, big crowd. Everybody's online wondering what the hell. Tattoo Shauna is checking in this morning. Tattoo Shauna was a major focus of my day yesterday. I did not get my other tattoos.
Oh, wow.
But Mayumi did get her tattoo, and she's been wanting a tattoo since she found out what they were over 18, and the mom and I both agreed, she can get a tattoo, and it's in a place, if she ever gets tired of looking at, it's in a place where she doesn't have to see it.
Oh, nice,
right? Kind of smart on the first tattoo. She got back here.
Oh, cool.
Behind the tricep area.
Yeah. Flex it.
Well,
flex the guns.
Let me, I always knew she was a strong, tough little girl, but that's not a pleasant place to get a tattoo. It's very sensitive.
Ouch.
You know what? I think there's a lot of nerves in the back there, and so she toughed it out for a little bit. And I want to say thanks very much to Tattoo Shauna for making her first tattoo that much easier. And at the end of it, she's like, "Oh my God, it hurts! Oh, itai. I can't believe this." And when I checked on her last night, I said, "How you doing there?" She says, wondering about the design for my next tattoo.
Oh, my.
You know it is. Hooked on the needle therapy, right? 6:34 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888. Oh, my God, I forgot to introduce you guys. I jumped right into...
It's all right, man.
Are you sure it's okay?
We're still here. Man.
Okay. 888-825-5888. Call that number. Real Joe will get you and put you on the line. Maybe you've got some interesting thoughts on what happened with all of the inaugurations yesterday. And frankly, it seems to me that no matter what, it was going to be a weird day, inauguration-wise, and I don't know. I don't want to say I called it, but we knew early on, and I've been talking about this for weeks now. If you were going, well, imagine that there's a dust-up over at the legislature on who's going to be speaker. I've been telling you about this since about a week after the actual election.
True.
When it got to be kind of interesting, the nature of some back and forth among some of the political gossips out there on who was in line for it. And as it turns out, it was always going to be Therese Terlai in the mix. Amanda Shelton, her name popped up late. We got cousin Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, who has been speaker before and likes the idea of being, was the vice speaker and committee on rules. her name came up and dropped off, and it was Joe S. And I even on Friday night, I had a conversation with somebody who I consider to be a political genius, and said, "Who's it going to be?" He says, "Well, I know you're not going to like to hear, but it's going to be Joe S." I said, well,
I figured,
but
yeah.
it really mattered to me. I just, my only issue with Joe is Joe never met a tax he didn't like, and I think we are at that stage here economically on Guam that we really, really do need to think about keeping money in people's pockets. But as I digress.
He got 6 votes, I think. You got to get 8. Right?
Yes, correct,
Okay.
correct. So now it comes down to what's going to happen. Apparently, Chief Justice Carbolito is the acting everything over at the legislature. This is one of those cases where we could sure use some kind of mustache wisdom, and we'll try to get that a little bit later on. Cousin Troy, as he says, has a couple of thoughts on this that might not necessarily run parallel with everybody else's thoughts. For me, though, I was looking at the thing, going, well, this is an interesting kind of way to start. Already, seconds old, minutes old, this new 37th Guam legislature, and they have already distinguished themselves. They've already distinguished themselves. I'll play the video in case you haven't seen it in just a few minutes. But that's the scenario, is Chris Barnett got up and nominated Therese Terlai, and then Will Parkinson got up, and I don't know if Chris turned off the microphone.
He hit the mute button.
Or he hit the mute button.
Classic MC style.
Yeah.
Hit the mute button,
Bam.
put it down.
All right, so
Didn't know.
it's what we're trained to do, so we don't get feedback. And so he puts the microphone down.
Beautiful.
Will got up and okay, I can barely hear him.
Yeah, you couldn't hear him.
Because they put the circus music up behind that. And then it was, who was it that got up for Frank Blas?
Jesse Anderson Lujan, I think.
Okay, Senator Lujan got up
Yeah,
and made the nomination. All right, so now here's what we got. We've got Therese that got 3 votes, not enough, you're out. And Joe S. got 6, not enough, you're out. Frank Blas got 6, not enough, you're out. So what we've got to do here is to get a majority. Frank and Joe only need 2 votes in order to be elected the Speaker of the legislature. So who's it going to be? Will all of the Democrats in the Joe S. clique, will they all stay together? Will all of the Republicans in the Frank Blas Jr. clique all stay together? Or what's the breakdown going to be? Barnett and Therese Terlai and Sabine Paris, I believe, are the 3 votes in that direction. Where will they go? Where will they go? I mean, understanding that, it ain't going to happen for Therese. You did an outstanding. I will tell you, Therese, I think you did an outstanding job as the leader of the 36th Guam legislature. I wish that there were more like you that stood up for the legislature as its own branch of government.
True.
Having said that, though, you got to look out for what's best. And it seems to me that maybe you and Chris ought to give your votes to Frank Blas Jr. and make it very, very clear where
Interesting.
Yeah. So a Democratic majority, but a Republican speaker in the legislature. Now, I don't know if these are unprecedented times for that kind of thing. We go to the living relic that is Bob Klitsky, and what? There's only a couple of others. Is there only a couple of others? So we go to him and find out, is this truly an unprecedented event? And if he were a member of either one of those little clicky things, what would you do? What would you do? 6:39 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Oh my God, 6:39. I haven't done the headlines yet. This should be a major news story today. At some point in the broadcast, I haven't decided when. Maybe 7:45. Is that when he's going to be on with us?
Yes, sir.
Attorney General Doug Moylan, not Attorney General-elect, the man. There, no fireworks, no surprises, no mic grabs over at the Doug Moylan inauguration. Cousin Troy handled all of that with talent and aplomb. Lee Weber and a couple of very interesting comments. When we get Doug Moylan on the line about this time, about an hour and 5 minutes from now, you will be treated to the Doug Moylan jingle. He's got one now. He's got the Doug Moylan theme song. I don't know. It's only 13 seconds. I don't know if we can call it a song, but we've got one for him, and it drops this morning at 7:45. It's 6:39, 6:40 now. Donna D's got a big look at news And headline, she didn't have it before, but she's got it now. Tell me what happened there, Donna.
Traffic delays are expected to start this week as workers begin preparing Marine Drive for the transport of large power plant parts from the port to Dedido. The load is about 20 feet wide and will take up 2 lanes of traffic. The actual transporting of the parts is expected to take 2 weeks. Meanwhile, over 120 taxpayers who filed error-free tax returns for tax year 2021 and prior on or before December 24 will be receiving their tax refunds soon. Rev Tax and DOA processed and mailed or transferred tax refunds totaling over $406,000 last Wednesday. Individual refunds continue to be processed weekly and are now paid within 1 week of filing. And testing of the all hazards alert warning system sirens throughout the island will take place at 3:15 this afternoon. Residents, visitors, and motorists surrounding the sirens and giant voice speakers can expect to hear pre-scripted voice messaging announcing the start and end of the test and 60 seconds of the alert siren tone. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, I got a guy. I told you I got a guy on the inside, right? With the power on the move. Is that the...
You got a guy?
I got to look at it again. Poweronthemove.org.
Yeah.
I got a guy. I got a guy on the inside. All right, so here's what they said that we're going to be doing today. I don't think anything heavy is going to hit the road today. It's more reconfiguration of what's going to be happening with the existing infrastructure. There's things that are going to be lifted or removed or blown up into smithereens or whatever. He says this task here that they're supposed to be starting at 9 will be fixing the span wires that cross the roads. We are looking at transport of the first 2 modules around the 14th. Right? That's still not confirmed, though, but that's when they're going to be doing it. So thanks very much. I appreciate the heads up on all of that information. So anticipate delays. Now, when they do move the heavy stuff, my understanding is that's going to take place in the middle of the night. So all of the work that they're doing now during the daytime is there to piss you off. No, it's not. You're gonna get stuck in these. You're gonna be stuck in some of these slow moving spots, and you go, "Why are we doing this at night? Why do we have to do this during the day? I got stuff to do. I got to get stuck in car." And here's the other fun part. You know what you get to do this week?
What?
You remember how Carline works?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, pick up over here,
Cherry.
drop off over there. Come on, keep it together in your head. 6:42 on the Ray Gibson Show. I got to take a look at what's going on with traffic and a few other things as the program continues. In the meantime, 888-825-5888-TALK or Facebook online if you want to bump me up on something like that. If you've got some cool memes that you'd like to send out, by all means, send them over to 797-8255. Do we have football today? Stand by. We do have football, right? It's, Bills and Bengals at 11:30 this morning. And then starting in the next couple of days, over the following weekend. Is it the following weekend? We are in the last regular scheduled week of football. It is week 18 that starts after the game today. Again, Bills and the Bengals at about 11:30 this morning. So think about where you're going to...
Barely noticed it, Ray.
What's that?
I barely noticed it.
The football season this year?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, neither. You know, I don't know why, but my phone keeps sending me football scores, and I'm going, I wasn't even paying attention really to the NFL or that team in particular. And the latest sports headline that I can think of for you right now is Pele is still dead. 6:43. Man, Pele and the Pope in the same week. How about that?
Oh, yeah, and what's her name, that other lady?
Barbara Walters.
There you go. That's
Barbara
her name.
Walters. And I will say, I was thinking about this morning. I will say a true inspiration. Man and boy, 40-some-odd years in the radio, television, kind of this business, right? And obviously in that amount of time, I might have dated a couple of women that might have been in the radio and the television and the news business. And I will tell you that at least 2 or 3 of them, Barbara Walters was their idol. Barbara Walters was their idol, and so I'm sure
you and Barbara Walters were
wherever they
hooked up
one time when the Pope came. 6:44. Stop it. So you're egging me on. You're enabler. Real joke. Colonizer and enabler.
Sorry.
All right, 6:44 in the morning. Coming up, I'll take a look at what's happening in your traffic. Be right back.
Guam Regional Medical City was awarded Advanced Primary Stroke Center certification from the Joint Commission. What does this mean? It means our neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and a team of the finest neurological doctors to treat stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
All three stations, all three morning shows. Thanks to all the listeners for Pika's Best, Choice Broadcasting has swept the top three best radio stations. The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Top three radio personalities, Kyle Mandapat, Ray Gibson, and Daryl Lizava. Put the power of Pika's Best to work for you. If you're an advertiser, call 671-888-7346 for information, rates, and packages. And let us get your message out to Pika's Best listeners with Pika's Best Broadcasters. And thanks for listening to Pika's Best.
Happy holidays, Guam. From now through January 13th, the Guam Visitors Bureau is giving you a chance to win $150 in cash just by sharing your Christmas spirit. Each week, GVB will announce the theme of the week, so take your best photo or video and upload to visitguam.com/Instagram to enter for a chance to win $150 in cash. Winners will be announced every Friday. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to celebrate the season of giving.
Already 6:46 in the morning. All right, quick look at what's happening in traffic because his honor is on the line. We'll get some mustache wisdom from Bob Klitsky here in just moments. But first, on screen right now, here's what the map of Guam looks like. You all recognize the island from the sky, right? Okay, good. So we'll look at the north end first and see if there's anything happening up there. A little bit of traffic up at the main gate at Anderson Air Force Base. Seeing a lot of traffic north and southbound on Marine Corps Drive. Nothing major. Looks like just basic intersection traffic, but there just seems to be a little bit more of it right now. Moving into the day-to-do area around the intersection. What do I call that place? Camp Leon Guerrero, which is going to be the headquarters for the new hospital. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, so we got all of that working there. A little bit of traffic on Marine Corps Drive just before you get to the intersection of 1 and 3. 1 and 16, not so bad. All the way to the tri-intersection. That's running smooth right now. Another major on Route 10. Route 8 into town, not so bad. You might see a little bit of dogging out traffic there over at the place. Is it because everybody was getting ready for New Year's, or was that food stamp day? It's like food stamp time, right?
I think they spread it out.
End of the month.
They don't make it on one shot deal.
No. So it might have been the combination, but all of those people
right.
trying to, food stamp people, and then I better buy eggs.
Grab an onion. One onion.
One. And beanie weenie. There we go. All right, what else we got? Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way to Big Navy, looking pretty good until you get to Big Navy. Normally it just looks like slow traffic out there, but I've got deep red in both directions, which leads me to believe that traffic might be kind of at a standstill and at least one of the parts of that intersection. 6:47 right now. There it is. Right now, traffic here on the Point.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Burger King says thank you to our drive-thru guests with a very special offer. Every Monday in the month of January, visit our drive-thru locations in Tumon or Hagåtña. Every 10th car will receive a Fire Grill Whopper coupon with your order. This is the King's way of saying Happy New Year to all of our guests. Serving your Fire Grill Whoppers daily from 6:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. BK, Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Just a note to Mike Grace Bloss. I appreciate the image that you sent on the meme machine. But it's a Facebook profile of somebody. First name I cannot say. It rhymes. It sounds too close to a word that we use around here. Last name is Izichi. Yeah, Izichi. Yeah, I can't say the first part of all of that. Maybe you've seen that. All right, 888-8255, 888-TA. Okay. I don't like to leave his honor on the line, holding on, but I think in order to preface the conversation, I think it's important that we put our eyes on what the inauguration ceremony of the 37th Guam Legislature looked like yesterday at the legislature building here. So we've got audio and video that goes along with this, and I think the first voice that you're going to hear is the presiding judge.
Senators, we will now take up the business of the election of the Speaker of the Legislature. The floor is now open for nominations. Senator Parkinson, you are recognized.
I move to nominate Senator Teresa Lahi as Speaker of the 37th Guam Legislature.
Hey, wait a minute. That's not Walt.
You will be recognized, Senator. At this time, Senator Parkinson, you are recognized.
No mic power.
Thank you.
He just nominated Joe S.
Senator San Augustine, do you accept the nomination?
Stands up, presumably says yes.
Senator Barnett, you are recognized.
Sorry, Your Honor. I thought you said Senator Barnett. I move to nominate Senator Teresa Lahi as the Speaker of the 37th Guam Legislature.
Thank you, Senator Barnett.
What?
Senator Jesse Lujan.
Move to nominate Senator Frank Bloss Jr. for Speaker.
The number of votes required under the standing rules for the voting of Speaker requires 8 votes, so no one is elected at this time. Legislature stands in recess, subject to the recall of the presiding officer.
Okay. And
we are recessed.
And
thank you.
Recess. There it is. Smoke break. Smoke break. Out in time for lunch. Oh, how about that? Now I say, keep the same clothes on because I'm going to wear it to the governor's inauguration a little bit later on. All right, so that was the scene over at the inauguration for the 37th Guam Legislature. I'm assuming because they were giving each other high fives and shaking hands and stuff that they have all been officially made members of the 37th Guam Legislature. We move on to other questions, and for that and answers, we can only go to the one guy that I think has got the jurisprudence, the sense that God gave very, very good lawyers and judges, as well as a little bit of political horse sense about what's going to be happening next. Good morning, Bob Klitsky.
Good morning, Ray.
I know that you're going to spend some time talking about this on Tall Tales, so you can give up as much of the thunder as you want to. But question number one, who's in charge of the legislature? Is Judge Carbolito going to have to go back and forth until they get this sorted out?
Justice Carbolito, Chief Justice Carbolito, yes.
So technically, he is in control of the legislative calendar at this point.
Yes. He could call the legislature back in session if he so desired.
All right.
He could do it, as we say in the legal profession, sua sponte, on his own motion.
Okay, all right. So nothing else is required because it seems to me we're going to need to get this leadership question answered one way or the other. Now, you are an old Pacific hand, Mr. Klitsky. In all of your years, maybe even including years that you were in the legislature yourself, have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes, the 23rd Guam Legislature. As a matter of fact, I think the title of this afternoon's show is going to be The Curse of the Parkinson.
Do explain. Do explain.
You remember the so-called curse of the Bambino, and the Red Sox traded Babe Ruth to the Yankees, and the Red Sox couldn't beat the Yankees for 60 years or something like that. Well, the curse of the Parkinson is this: when you have a Parkinson in the legislature, the whole mechanism for choosing the speaker falls apart, and you wind up with someone that you thought would never be the speaker. In the 23rd, it was Don Parkinson, because there was some skirt tearing over who was going to be the speaker. In fact, Joe S.'s father, was the odds-on favorite to become the speaker, but the Democrat Party pushed forward the name of Tom Atta. There were enough ruffled feathers, if I could mix some metaphors here, that dissident Democrats teamed up with the Republicans, elected Don Parkinson speaker, and got serious concessions for the minority out of that, what was referred to for the rest of the 23rd as the coalition.
Well, I see a lot of father-son patterns at work here. Don Parkinson and Will Parkinson, Joe S. and Joe T., and Frank Bloss Jr. and Frank Bloss Sr. So it seems to me that Frank Bloss Jr. now is pulling a page out of that old Republican playbook and saying, all right, maybe there is some compromising that we can do here. Maybe there is a little bit of horse trading that can be done, because that's what it sounds like. The story in today's Guam Daily Post makes those references. Well, all right, what's the deal going to be, and who's going to give me the best deal? Is it going to be some of these dissident Democrats? Or do you think that maybe Joe S. might come across with some hands across the water ideas?
Well, here's the thing, Ray, that Therese and one other Democrat, if they keep lashed up with Republicans, run the whole show, because the session can't even begin without their assent, because you have to have 8 senators present in order to have quorum. So, the Democrat leadership, such as it is, could ask the Chief Justice to call them back into session, or call back to session, and there's no quorum, so they can't move. So the real power here
is in Therese and Chris Barnett's hands.
Exactly.
What's the smart play?
Well, you mentioned a little earlier, maybe they ought to line up behind Frank Bloss and make Frank Bloss the speaker, and extract some gigantic concessions for themselves out of the deal. Now, a further complicating factor is something I touched on last year, was that the party chairman, a certain Tony Babauta, he of the 19th floor, according to some word from some of the smart money, communicated word that any Democrat who consorted with Republicans in order to achieve an office would be excommunicated from the Democrat Party and would not be able to participate in the Democrat caucus.
Republicans have wide open, warm arms.
But think about that. That makes it impossible. If people are going to adhere to Babauta's rules, that makes it impossible to ever choose a speaker.
Facing excommunication. I don't know that between Therese and we know for sure that Chris Barnett doesn't give two blanks one way or the other about what Tony Babauta and the Archdiocese of the Democratic Party of Guam think.
Exactly, and using a little empathy, I think the last thing that anyone who was out on the campaign trail and who was able to be elected to this legislature, the last thing he'd ever want would be to have Tony Babauta telling him what to do. That might be actually counterproductive.
Well, you would think, considering that they weren't running to work for Tony Babauta or Adelup. At least that's the theory that I have. Well, if you wanted to run for the legislature and represent the people there, run for the legislature and represent the people there. If you wanted to work on behalf of the Democrat Party and Adelup, well, then go work for Tony and Lou.
Well, and there's that, too, because, the undercurrent is that certainly the governor would not want to see another speaker, Therese Terlahi, because Therese Terlahi was one of the few on that side of the aisle that didn't march to the governor's drumbeat every time.
I think we're in for an entertaining 24 hours. 24, also the number of pages in the paperwork that came out of the NMI. We don't have enough time to talk about it at this time, but do you suppose the Bank of Saipan and an FBI investigation into money laundering and influence peddling will show up on the card sometime soon?
I suspect so. It was interesting that Representative Probst from Saipan came down and attended the Doug Moylan and legislative festivities.
Birds of a feather, Bob, birds of a feather.
Absolutely, yeah. The Probst is really doing workmanlike job up there in the Northern Marianas.
We don't need the FBI as long as that guy's got his hands near a gavel somewhere. Closing in on 7 o'clock in the morning. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Lou. Tall Tales this afternoon at 4 o'clock returning. It'll be the best Tall Tales of 2023.
Absolutely. We haven't done Tall Tales since last year, Ray.
Amen to that. I'll see you pretty soon, Uncle Bob. You have a fantastic rest of the day. 888-8255-888-TALK. There it is. I can't give you a more realistic view of what the next 24, 48 hours look like over at the legislature than the one that Bob Klitsky just gave you for nothing. It's 7. Here's the news.
Ending the January 6th probe, I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. The leaders of the House panel investigating the Capitol attack, Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney, telling colleagues the Select Committee exposed the truth and recommended legislative action as the probe comes to an end.
A final report released last month totaled nearly 850 pages and recommended barring former President Trump from holding office again. Several individuals, including former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, refused to testify. Former White House advisor Steve Bannon was convicted of contempt of Congress. On the final day of the committee's existence, more than a dozen interview transcripts were released.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. The 118th Congress meets for the first time tomorrow, with the House required to elect a speaker before conducting any business. Congressman Kevin McCarthy facing some opposition from within his own party. He'll need 218 votes to become the chamber's leader. Some Republicans say a change in leadership is needed, as they now have a majority in the House. Russia says a Ukrainian rocket attack has killed scores of its troops.
Russia says 63 soldiers died when a U.S.-supplied HIMARS launch system was used to target a facility in the Russian-controlled Donetsk region of eastern Ukraine. Ukraine earlier claimed it killed more than 400 mobilized Russian troops and injured 300 others. HIMARS is proving critical in allowing Ukraine to hit key targets. Ukrainian officials also saying Russia attacked areas including the capital Kyiv overnight with multiple exploding drones. We're told all were destroyed, but some damage was caused.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Tennis great Martina Navratilova says she's been diagnosed with throat cancer and breast cancer. The 66-year-old 18-time Grand Slam singles champion said in a statement today her prognosis is good and she'll be starting treatments this month. America's listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger licking good.
It's not an accident to live a healthy, long life. It's a choice. The food you eat, the water you drink, the air you breathe. A deep, restful sleep along with exercise will put you on a good path to live a healthier, longer life. At NutraWay Systems, we choose to help people find the right solutions to live a longer, healthier life. Make the right choice. NutraWay Systems. Come by our office today. We are located on the second floor of the Daily Plaza in Dededo, or give us a call at 671-864-7867.
We're learning more about the man held as the key suspect in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
First, there was reports the alleged killer was stalking girls at the bars. Now we have a new report that he was also wearing gloves around town so not to leave any fingerprints behind. According to this new report in the Daily Mail, the murder suspect, Brian Koberger, wore gloves while shopping in a local grocery store before he was arrested early Friday morning in Pennsylvania. Quote, a good friend of ours was one of the cops who has been following him the last couple days. He followed him into a giant and wore gloves the entire time. He's not stupid and has been very careful. The murder suspect was pursuing a PhD at criminology at Washington State University in Pullman, just a few miles from the off-campus apartment where those quadruple murders took place.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. A new poll finds voters have different priorities in the new year.
The economy still remains a big priority for both conservative and liberal voters, with 30% of voters considering inflation a high priority. The poll by the Associated Press Nork Center for Public Affairs Research finds that while the economy remains a bipartisan issue, more Republican voters name inflation, energy, immigration, gas, and food prices as top priorities, while Democrats pick healthcare, poverty, racism, climate change, and abortion as their main areas of concern. Both parties also are worried that hostile political divisions could continue to hamper progress on issues which the public care most about. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Avengers star Jeremy Renner is being treated for serious injuries sustained while plowing snow at his Nevada home. The actor's representative says the 51-year-old's in critical condition, although he's stable. Renner plays Hawkeye in Marvel's movie television universe. He was Oscar nominated for The Hurt Locker and The Town. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on the point. 3 men were arrested over the weekend in a Tamuning burglary. 39-year-old Vincent Petros Jr., 52-year-old Vincent Borja Jr., and 38-year-old Jason Leon Guerrero were each charged with burglary and theft. Leon Guerrero was also charged with illegal drug possession. Court documents state the 3 men stole multiple items, including a television, a toolbox, and other items from an abandoned home. The stolen items were recovered. Authorities add that Borja was on probation for drug possession, and Leon Guerrero has multiple prior arrests, including theft, drug possession, and arson. Meanwhile, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero took her oath of office for another 4 years yesterday evening and reaffirmed her commitment to building a new hospital, ensuring the safety of families and shepherding in economic recovery for the island. The governor says Guam's limited medical resources were more strained than ever in recent years, stressing the need for a new hospital despite doubt over whether it was possible. With the number of visitors to the island exceeding expectations, the tourism industry seemed to be on the way to a speedy recovery post-pandemic, but Leon Guerrero says it is important that we do not lose the self-starting hustle and momentum we achieved these last 3 years. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio took to the stage and promised a refurbishment of school facilities that have fallen into disrepair. He says decreasing the number of repeat offenders in both the criminal and juvenile justice systems is also a goal of the administration. More news after this.
News this hour is brought to you by the friendly and hardworking folks at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, Lolita, and their team of professionals. Contact Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. Call 671-989-0008 or email hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They are located at 426 Chelan San Antonio, Suite 204, Tumaning, and open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Hoffaday Realty thanks you for your support in Pica's Best of 2022.
The Port Authority's top managers will start the new year with new raises. The board approved the salary hikes at their final meeting of the year, noting that General Manager Rory Respicio and his deputies have not received any increments or increases over the past 4 years. The proposed pay hikes are from a salary study requested by the board. One board member pointed out that the top managers received outstanding evaluation ratings over the last 3 years. Respicio's $187,000 salary amounts to about a 10% raise from his current salary. Salaries for deputies Dominic Muña and Luis Baza would be from about $134,000 to over $151,000. But Deputy Manager Baza is leaving the port, and the governor will eventually name a replacement. And traffic delays are expected to start this week as workers begin preparing Marine Drive for the transport of large power plant parts from the port to Derrida today. Motorists can expect all northbound and southbound lanes at the Adeloop intersection to close in 5-minute intervals from 9 to 11 in the morning. Single northbound and southbound lanes will be closed 11 to 3. There is concern that heavy loads, some nearly 200 tons, could damage roads, bridges, and culverts. They will be moved using self-propelled modular trailers traveling at 1 mile per hour. That means the 12-mile trip will take 12 hours from the late afternoon to the early morning each day. The load is about 20 feet wide and will take up 2 lanes of traffic. The actual transporting of the parts is expected to take 2 weeks. Contractors are keeping the public updated about the project through the website poweronthemove.org as well as the Power on the Move Guam Facebook page. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I got you. 7:10 in the morning on the radio station. Did you say weather?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't ready for that. It's a surprise.
Oh, man.
Okay. No, I got a thing from Dennis Larson. I'm sorry, I'm so easily distracted around here. So you were asking me about my New Year's festivities and things like that. I will say that one of the exciting parts of New Year's involved a couple of ladies that decided that then and there, as the fireworks were raining down over the Agana area, that was the time to do some skinny dipping. All right, apparently less skinny dipping. This looks like what rock and roll bar is this? The Porky's. Looks like Porky's, where Dennis and Viv were hanging out there. It's a guy with big hair. Yeah, I don't know if that's the real hair. No, it couldn't possibly be. 7:11 in the morning. It's Rod Stewart and Axl Rose want their hairdos back. At any rate, so that was one way to call in the New Year's, and it looks like all kinds of people just having an incredible time at that particular location. Donna D, a little bit more of a muted New Year's, and so Donna was telling me about what she and her friend, what did you say, your sister, your cousin? So tell me about the Ghostbusters 2. What is supposed to happen in Ghostbusters 2, and how did you set it up so it actually happens?
If you start playing Ghostbusters 2 at 10:27 p.m. 10:27 and 53 seconds.
Got to be precise here.
Yeah. By the time when it's midnight, Peter Venkman will jump down from the hole in the museum and say, "Happy New Year."
And so that was it. So you spent the entire time. Well, it's not a bad way to do New Year's, right? So you get Ghostbusters too, and then you have this moment where it's the screen matches exactly what's happening on Guam.
Yes.
With Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah.
Isn't there one on Christmas where you're supposed to time it so that what's his name falls off the Nakatomi Towers at exactly midnight on Christmas?
What movie is that?
Die Hard.
Die Hard.
The Die Hard, which is a Christmas movie. Yes. Oh, hands down. A lot of people think it's actual.
Well, Bruce Willis said it's not a Christmas movie; it's a Bruce Willis movie.
Whatever. Here's the thing, artists. Once you put it out there, it's not yours anymore. It belongs to the viewers. It belongs to the fans. There we go. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in today's forecast. Expect mostly cloudy skies. Highs near 87 degrees. East-northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Got scattered showers, mostly cloudy skies again tonight. It looks like that's going to follow us around over the next couple of days. They say partly sunny, though, tomorrow, and mostly sunny by the time it gets to be on Thursday. And a reminder, today is not Monday. I'll tell you that right now. You go, Thursday, that's so far away. What are we talking about Thursday weather for? Because it's the day after tomorrow. That's why it's Tuesday on Guam. Most of you were in some kind of a recovery coma for the last 48 hours. And this is now the time. Yes, it's now the time. Here, you want to get me some parents into a panic? Hey, kids are supposed to be back at school today, right? No, it's not today. most kids not until the 5th. So you got a couple of minutes. Go ahead, breathe. Okay, and we're breathing. Now, rip current warnings, Portuguese man of war on the beaches, and a whole bunch of them in a pile over at Pirates Cove yesterday. So be on the lookout, especially on that side of the island. Sunset tonight, not till 6:06. There it is, news and weather together on The Point.
Burger King says thank you to our drive-thru guests with a very special offer. Every Monday in the month of January, visit our drive-thru locations in Tumon or Hagåtña. Every 10th car will receive a Fire Grill Whopper coupon with your order. This is the King's way of saying Happy New Year to all of our guests. Serving your Fire Grill Whoppers daily from 6:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. BK, Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Can do 714 Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Apparently, that was one of the quotes from yesterday's inaugural festivities at the University of Guam Fieldhouse, attended by 4,000 plus employees of the government of Guam. Their families. Did you have to pay?
I got that.
You got to pay. Did you get the invitation? I didn't get the
No, I didn't.
All right, I did get a picture of former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez on the big screen. They put up a big screen there. And it's a picture of former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. And while he did not get an ovation, I'm told that he had the loudest and longest clapping segment when the governor was, mentioning certain people that have been responsible for, significant improvements around here, including former Governor Gutierrez, who went to work in the midst of the pandemic while still trying to get people to remember that Guam and the hospitality industry exist. And I got to tell you, and I told him yesterday, I said, you know what, evidence of the hard work GVB and you and Jerry Perez is, I don't know about you, but I was down in Tumon a couple of times over the course of the weekend. Foot traffic, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Foot traffic last night in Tumon reminded me just like foot traffic before the pandemic. They got that weird little zebra crossing over by the was it the DFS?
The Galleria.
And the Reef, yeah, that whole Galleria intersection.
Anything goes.
Jammed,
It's
absolutely.
like that Japan intersection.
Like the one they've got in Ginza.
Oh, Ginza.
I think they might have a couple more there, but yeah. So the lights all turn green at the same time, and all of the intersections, up and down and diagonal, can go at the same time. And I remember, I was getting out of traffic. I was going by TGI Fridays. I didn't eat there, but I did go. I parked. Do I say this? I'm trying to think how much of this is legal. So dinner was at
you parked legally.
Izakaya by Jimmy, a.k.a. Jimmy Kaya, or is a Jimmy. I forget what he calls the place. It used to be the old Rotary Sushi, but it's Jimmy's place now, and it's kind of one of the go-tos when it's time to entertain people or just goof off. And so that's where the goofing off and entertaining of people took place last night. But in order, there has never been parking there, right over at the.
You gotta look for the sign that says "Can parking here."
No. I just parked over at DFS.
Good man.
No. Do you know what they do when they close DFS?
No.
They put sawhorses out.
Oh, my God.
So it's like, oh, my God, please don't do this. That can't be a chain. I got work tomorrow. Please don't have a chain up there. It was just a sawhorse, though. Moved the sawhorse, pulled the car out into the street, put the sawhorse back, and then went home. But on the way down over by TGI Fridays is where I was stuck at that light watching, a humanity and a large enough crowd at 9 o'clock at night on a Monday night. And I thought, way to go, Carl. So obviously earning that. 718. One other thing, I wouldn't normally play it now, but I noticed over the weekend that there were friends of mine that were posting a story about a missing mother and daughter. I want to say in Texas. And I've kind of been following that story, through these posts. Yeah, it's not like
to Guam.
Ties to Guam. Catherine Little and daughter, and here's the headline now, are found safe. Here is the story.
Tonight, a woman and her 3-year-old daughter have been found safe. This morning, we told you Lubbock police needed your help to find Catherine Little and her daughter, Lillian Rose, to conduct a welfare check. Police were looking for the two after concerned family members, some from Guam, were looking for them. They've now been found safe, and police want to reiterate that no crime was committed.
And there it is, the end. Happy ending to that story. That I'm sure if you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, well, all right. Good news is it happened, and there's happiness on the other side of that. 7:19 in the morning, and normally what we do here is we take a look at what happened on the markets. Markets are closed because it is the New Year's holiday back in the States. But here's what we've got left over from the weekend. Oh, it's more ugliness here. S&P 500 off by almost 10 points, 38.39. Is where that, and you know that number 3839, dangerously close to the jackpot in this week's Queen of Hearts drawing at the VFW Friday night at 7. That will be 3,800. So keep that in your head. NASDAQ down by 11 points, and I got the Dow Jones Industrial Average off by about 22 points. Big loser for the day. Not about 0.25% is the S&P 500. FTSE is off by 60 points. Most of the Asian and other markets looking pretty good. Nikkei up by 0.83. The Hang Seng is up by 40. Shanghai Index picked up 15. And the DAX is up by 145 points. So what did I say? S&P 500, biggest loser, according to the guys. All right, so here's where they ended up. It doesn't mean that everybody was in the red here in the S&P 500. Top 5, Take-Two International, Las Vegas Sands, Appa Corporation, Host Hotel, and the Wynn Resorts. Good for all of the F&B and the hoteliers and these big hotel companies that have somehow managed to survive the COVID-19 pandemic. You know, one of the things that I was worried about, I mean, at some point you got to say, well, we can't do anything unless we get customers, but they did, and they held their breath long enough. Down around the bottom, RXO Inc., Charles River, Etsy, Atmos Energy, and T. Rowe Price. Tesla still one of the most popular quotes out there. People looking at that. Tesla is now trading at $123.18. You know, it occurs to me while I'm thinking about it, didn't have time this morning to go through some of the major commodities. I got gold at $1,830 and oil at $80.51. That's up by $2.11. That's not good. There are a couple of other stories that are floating around on the internet talking about how expectations ought to be out there for an increase in gasoline prices in 2023. You know why? Because Joe Biden is apparently still the president of the United States of America.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, come on. How long? Is there anything that a new Republican majority in the House might be able to take care of? I mean, we got somebody was at Sandra Rage is asking. All right, so we know how Doug's inauguration went. We know how Lou's inauguration went. We know how the legislature botched their inauguration and the first days. We're going to get our money back. Right? I mean, they've been sworn in as legislators, but they can't do anything until the Chief Justice calls them back to work and they determine who's going to be, what the leadership is going to look like, right?
Money back.
And they still got to come through with all the rest of the committees, right?
You want a refund?
Yeah, well, it's pro rata, Brud. Pro rata all of this. How many days of the legislature minus yesterday and today? So what have I got here? Again, oil is up, and that's going to put some suck on things. As far as the currencies are concerned, the only one I've got right now is Japan against the U.S. dollar, and that's down to 130 with about, it's about 130.7 is where the yen is at these days. Yeah, Japan is starting to look a whole lot more accessible, and I'm starting to hear from more and more people that saying, as soon as it's not -4 in parts of Japan, I might get on an airplane and go there. And you know what? I might come with you. We'll watch and see what happens. There's another conversation. Again, we'll see what happens, but predictions are that the Japanese yen is going to get stronger against not a strengthening Japanese yen, but a weakened dollar. And you'll have to talk to the big guys in the world of high finance to figure out how they've reached that particular conclusion. 7:23 in the morning. How are we doing on the Bitcoin, Real Joe?
25,000, Ray.
25? No, it's not.
16,700.
Are you checking to see if I was awake, weren't you?
Yeah.
You were like, let's see if I can catch
You're almost there.
25,000. So 16 and what?
16 and 721.
Not too far away from where
terrible.
it was when we were talking last week. 7:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'd normally go into Jerry Roberts and the extra point, but he's not here, so he's got everything kind of pre-recorded. So we'll dust off the old tape deck here and see what Jerry Roberts has to say. Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
When ABC Industries needed a new manager for their production department, they realized nobody on the payroll was either ready to move up or wanted the job. Thus, they went outside the company and hired Joe to lead the department. And it didn't take Joe very long to figure out he had a big problem. That's next on The Extra Point.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
When Joe had been interviewed by the HR director at ABC Industries, he had been told the company had a long-standing culture that not only brought success, but also got high marks from employees on the satisfaction scale. Joe was excited because his previous employer had no identifiable culture to speak of, with everybody sort of doing their own thing. Now, he would be in with a group that had a true identity and direction. That excitement wouldn't last long. When Joe got into the job, he noticed there seemed to be a lack of collaboration. People didn't share information on a timely basis, if at all. Jobs that could easily be delegated were not. While the company was still making money, he realized that improvements could add to the bottom line. Joe was trying to make sense of it all while he remembered what the HR director had said about the long-standing, successful company culture. To him, it seemed like everybody was working in silos, which he'd seen at other places he'd been employed. Working in a silo is defined as a person or persons who do their work without connecting to others or sharing information. This can lead to major frustration, errors, low productivity, and overall poor job satisfaction. An article in Inc. magazine recently dealt with this topic, and one contributor said not having a written company culture code and core values caused trouble. There were no commonly accepted standards that would help drive decisions and would prevent the silos. Another contributor described her experience and admitted she noticed the silos but didn't do anything about it at first. This led to many problems. Efforts were uncoordinated, collaboration was non-existent, resources were allocated and utilized inefficiently, and performance results were dismal. Eventually, steps were taken to break down the silos and make improvements. But the delay in doing that brought significant issues and losses. To Joe's credit, he did not wait. He figured his HR director might not have a clear picture given her glowing remarks about the culture, so he consulted experts outside of the company. He learned ways to break down the silos. Among those are: establish in writing your vision and values and post them in strategic places, plus give every employee a copy. Set common goals, taking care to pinpoint where collaboration must happen. Assign the job of contact person to someone in each section. Collaboration software solutions are also an option, but they don't beat human-to-human interaction. Then, stage team-building events to get people comfortable with each other. And monitor all processes, constantly giving encouragement for workers to feed the system. Joe rolled out these changes, expecting to see a great deal of resistance. There certainly was some of that, but he also got positive feedback from workers who felt the changes were long overdue. It took a few months for mass acceptance of Joe's silo-busting methods, but eventually that happened. However, not without the resignation of 2 longtime staffers who rejected the new ways. If culture is an issue at your workplace and you've got silos in full operation, training can help. In any case, it's a situation that needs attention sooner rather than later. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Another good one there, Jerry Roberts. 7:28 in the morning, but however, I think you missed the obvious. One of the first things that you do when you enter an organization from the outside, there's always at least one person who is actually in charge. And never the vice president or the general manager or the president, this, that, and the other. There's usually, the lady that runs accounting or administration or something like that. That's the one that you got to get close to, because she is usually the keeper of the corporate catechism. And you get with her, and if things go great, then wonderful. And if not, then she's got to be the one to go. And then you get it out. You fire her first, and everybody else will get the message that you are a serious bloke. It's 7:29 in the morning. It's the Jerry Roberts Extra Point, brought to you by the guys over at First Hawaiian Bank. Let me fill in a couple of numbers before I jump into headlines, because I want to give you a complete picture of what's going on when it comes to the commodities, and currencies. West Texas crude, like I said, trading at just over $80 for a gallon of oil. The American benchmark, not a good sign for the first part of the new year. I'd like to see that number going down. Instead, it's going up. You know what else is going up? Tapas is going up. It's $85.92 last time that you and I had looked at it. Still trading in that narrow. Sorry, it's not actually up. It's down a little bit. I'm sorry, it was up from weekend trade, if that makes any kind of sense. Last time we saw it, it was 86.61. It's all right, 85.92, still narrow, but moving in the right direction for us. The yen at 130.7, a little bit stronger against the dollar. Pesos at 55.73, about the same, and the won at 1270.25. Last time we looked at it was 1263, so a little bit weaker against the greenback. 7:30 in the morning. All right, there's the numbers that I thought I'd give to you this morning. Now, with big news and headlines being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. Is it so? It is. The guys over at Burger King, and I'm not sure if they've still got any of those free show tickets, because I'm not sure if the show is still going on, but I know that they have plenty of Whoppers. And in fact, it's new month, right? It's the drive-through Mondays. So you got that going for you, and I've got to remember whether this is one of those months where we get I love the Whopper. Anyway, so try that, and then, of course, they've, for a limited time, the Italian Royal Crispy Sandwich. News this hour brought to you by the friendly and hardworking folks over at Hoffaday Realty. The number is 588-4232. That's 588-4232, or you can email them if you want to be the first thing that they see when they open up their programs. HoffadayRealty@gmail.com. Now with news and headlines. Donna D, what happened?
52-year-old David Kitsutsu Unkanko Jr. was arrested following a New Year's Eve shooting in Sinahania. Police responded to a residence just after midnight Saturday to find Unkanko's son had been shot in the arm. Court documents state Unkanko got into an argument with the victim before pulling the trigger. He fled the scene but was later caught by authorities and charged with aggravated assault and family violence. And Guam was in no danger after North Korea fired a New Year's Day missile. Homeland Security Advisor Samantha Brennan says no immediate threat was assessed for the Marianas. South Korea acknowledged it failed to shoot down any of the 5 North Korean drones that were found south of the border, but has vowed to bolster its air defense network and get tough on future provocations. And the Guam Fire Department is aiming to launch the next-gen 911 system this year. The computer-aided dispatching vendors were on Guam to continue with the build-out. The current 911 system that has served the island community for over 2 decades is on its last leg, and this state-of-the-art upgrade will revolutionize emergency response. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Hey, we got all of that happening. You want to talk about one of the longest-lasting projects in history of Guam. The conversation goes back to the beginning of the Leon Guerrero administration, where she basically found some money and paid off dough that was otherwise moved around in the budgets mysteriously by the Calvo administration back in those days. So what should have been money in a lockbox account was not. B.J. Cruz went crazy on that. There was also a guy at the Federal Communications Commission that came out and said, yeah, it's exactly the opposite of what we're supposed to do with those funds. And then they went out to bid, and they go here and we go there, and yeah, eventually we're going to get the thing in place right now. We'll probably have that in place before the new hospital gets built. Or not. I don't know. 7:33 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Now, what else am I supposed to do this? Did I already do? I did weather, right? Is I just... Oh,
you got to take a break and then traffic.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh. You sure? It's that time of the hour. It was a long weekend. It was a long weekend for me. This is one of those
New Year's, same
folks,
Ray.
I'm not having a stroke while we're talking on the radio. There's a lot of stuff in my head, and I'm so easily distracted. Sarita Garin That is Nurse Sarita Garin. Get your mind. No, that's actually a good place for your mind. It's a good thing. It's a good visual to have. And any kind of scrubs. Any kind of scrubs. And you know, they always got the little clip with their ID attached to that. Anyway, so my visions are complete. And Crocs. And Crocs. Sarita in scrubs and Crocs. Sorry, I need to move on. She'd said over the view of the fireworks over at EPAL. Might actually be some audio on this. I'm not really sure. Yeah, nice. So not too far from what I was able to see. Believe it or not, where I was in Antigua, I could actually make out the drone show and the fireworks that were taking place down in Tumon. Of course, we had our own a twin show that I think was getting fired off from the wastewater treatment plant that we've got in there. So it was neat. It was got the lights and the smell at the same time. Nice. Was it this one here where somebody was suggesting, you know, at some point it kind of looked like maybe there was an errant spark that sent all of the fireworks up simultaneously. Like, okay, it's not time for the finale. Why are there so many fireworks up in the sky? I don't know. Well, maybe we'll, if I get motivated or run out of stuff to talk about, maybe this morning we'll find Jeff Jams and Charlie Hermosa and find out how they did with the drone show. Like I said, a drone show that you can see from the other side of the island down at Adelup. Unfortunately, what that meant was what you guys saw on EPOW, GUAM. Yeah, in Antigua it was MAUG. It was all mirror image. It was backwards. 7:35 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. All right, we'll take a quick break, come back and let you know what's happening in traffic.
Happy holidays, Guam! From now through January 13th, the Guam Visitors Bureau is giving you a chance to win $150 in cash just by sharing your Christmas spirit. Each week, GBB will announce the theme of the week, so take your best photo or video and upload to visitguam.com/Instagram to enter for a chance to win $150 in cash. Winners will be announced every Friday. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to celebrate this season of giving.
Choice Broadcasting introduces their unbeatable lineup of morning show. Hands down winners of Guam's morning radio battle. Daryl Lizama grooves his way through Boss 104 playing Guam's favorite classic hits.
Morning Mouth Ray Gibson shakes the cage on 93.3 The Point.
And now, we are proud to announce the Morning Blender with Kyle Mandapat, mixing it up at sunrise on Star 101.
If you're an advertiser trying to reach the most valuable ears, we've got the shows that listeners have been tuning into for decades.
One call gets all three.
671-888-7346. That's 888-REIO.
On screen right now, early morning this morning from Pirates Cove. We didn't see the sunrise until about 6:44 from out there. And there's is that Leonard making his daily walk up and down the quad there? There it is, imagery of the sun trying to poke its head behind the clouds. I don't know if it finally made it up and out. A lot of cloud cover, but the cool thing was when it got to be New Year's Day. So I got the first sunrise over at Pirates Cove, and I got the first sunset down in Tumon. And crowd down there. It seemed like everybody had the same idea. Let's go to the beach, and as it turns out, the weather was nice for it. Because if you were up early on New Year's morning, you remember that it rained in a whole bunch of places, coming down in buckets. But it eventually cleared up enough so that we were able to enjoy a nice sunset. 7:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, let me get to the traffic part here. Which means you're going to probably have to redo the music here. Or not. I don't care. You're the producer. You know what, Joe, you do a good job. Just do what you want in there. Okay? All right, good man. There it is. Not so much traffic at the Anderson Air Force Base front gate. Not a whole lot of traffic. Southbound Marine Corps Drive. Everybody kind of enjoying the last couple of days of the Christmas holiday for the kids in schools. But there's still some intersection traffic going. 1 and 3, slight there, 1 and 16. Running a little bit busy over at the intersection of 16 and 10 up by the Ocean Vista. 76 Circle K, 8, 10, and 16 running clear until you get to the southern side of that intersection. It looks like both directions are running a little bit slower than normal here. Wait a second. We'll go zoom in, Umby, so you can see, Umby, the traffic there. Route 8 traffic, not a whole lot going on. Looks like it's busier on Route 4 in the downtown Agutnia area. Downtown Agutnia, not so bad. A little bit of traffic over in front of the cemetery on Marine Corps Drive. That's the one by the auto place, not the one by Pigu Cemetery. And then we got a little bit of traffic up around Navy Hospital. And then, oddly, some traffic around Navy, not Navy base, but up around Nimitz Hill, making your way down to the other cemetery. Some road marks, road map here written up in cemeteries over by the Veteran Cemetery near Marine Corps Drive. A little bit of traffic down there. And then, of course, things are looking a little bit busy down at Big Navy and Suma. I'm going to catch my breath. That might be the worst traffic report of the year. I'll be right back.
Pacific Points is turning 2 years, and we're giving away 2 million points. Imagine what you could do when you went up to 2 years worth of free Shell fuel, Foodies products, or rebates on your IT&E bill. Receive entries into our monthly and grand prize drawings when you sign up for Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points at Shell, Foodies, and IT&E when you refer your friends, and more. Go to PacificPoints.com for details and see more ways to enter. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Guam Regional Medical City was awarded Advanced Primary Stroke Center certification from the Joint Commission. What does this mean? It means our neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and a team of the finest neurological doctors to treat stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
Wait, I don't have the script in front of me for when. You know, it's a whole new year. They might have sent something, completely different. I got to be careful. I can't do these things off the top of my head without some kind of guidance. All right, this one, there it is. So it started just before New Year, so I know this is the fresh one. Something new is on the Wendy's Made to Crave menu. It's Italian mozzarella chicken sandwich and cheeseburger. That's crispy chicken filet or juicy beef topped with a slice of Asiago cheese, crunchy, gooey fried mozzarella cheese, and savory marinara sauce. Then they spread that out on the crown of a new toasted garlic knot bread. What is that? They already had good bread. They found a better one? Garlic knot bread. Now upgrade the combo with the new garlic-topped fries seasoned with garlic herb sauce. Don't miss out. Head over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-8255.
Is on screen, Sarita Garin's first sunrise of 2023. This is stuff what we would have done yesterday if I wasn't lazy and took the actual day off. But I know I'm not the only one that wanted it. So there it is, sunrise of 2023. Do we have a first sunset out there? No. Okay, but I do. I might get my sunset picture up a little bit later on. In the meantime, if I stop being lazy, this was what sunrise looked like. Some of you that follow me on Facebook already seen this, but this is what sunrise looked like over at Pirates Cove as it was making its way up there. And literally, that was the first shot of the sun because there was a lot of clouds. There's no green flash on that side, but a lot of clouds that were blocking it, and it took a long time before it finally broke free of that. So that was the first hint of sunrise in 2023. And I fingers crossed that it is a good omen for the future. Although I will show you pictures of sunrise from 2022 and 2021 from over at Pirates Cove. But did either one of those turn out? Well, certainly not 2021. Did not turn out to be a banner year. We, in the midst of the challenges of the pandemic. And I saw that. It was in gone to the gas station to get ice and beer over the weekend. Was it Saturday's newspaper or Sundays? Where was it? 2022, a year Guam endured challenges. And I'm going, I wonder how many of those challenges, I got to read the article, but I wonder how many of those challenges were like self-inflicted. It's like we could have done it this way, but no, we had to follow the CDC down those rabbit's holes and the FDA down and Fauci down into those rabbit's holes. And look what we ended up with. And then we got, of course, the political stuff that made 2022 so exciting. But you get what you get. Don't you hate that phrase? When somebody says, well, you got what you got. It is what it is. And we counted up all of the votes in November and said, well, I guess that's what we've got here. We got a rerun of the Lou and Josh administration for the next 4 years. Did not see as many new faces that we'd like to see over at the legislature, but we do have at least 1 or 2 new faces that made the inauguration that much more interesting. And you might be wondering, hey, is he going to play that video again? And the answer is, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to play that video again. We'll have at least one of the players in the inauguration game on the air in a couple of minutes. Oh, and by the way, when this is done, we should be able to go immediately into a conversation with Attorney General Doug Moylan. And I don't really know what he's going to say. I haven't really got a lot of Q&As for him that I haven't already asked him 100 times since he announced his campaign. But I do want to have him on the air when we unveil the Doug Moylan jingle. So stay right there. It's coming up in a second. But first, this is the inauguration over at the legislature yesterday. Give you a little bit more play-by-play.
Senators, we will now take up the business of the election of the Speaker of the legislature. The floor is now open for nominations. Senator Parkinson.
Wait.
You are recognized.
That's not Senator Parkinson grabbing the mic.
I move to nominate Senator Teresa Lahi as Speaker of the 37th Guam Legislature.
It didn't even sound a little bit like Will Parkinson. I wonder what Will Parkinson...
You will be recognized, Senator. At this time, Senator Parkinson.
You get the feeling that maybe Chief Justice Carbolito should have been wearing like a tall hat and with a whip in front of him, kind of one of those kind of circus guy outfits.
And you are recognized.
Will Parkinson's mic wasn't working. Yeah.
Thank you.
So he just put in a nod for Joe S. San Augustine.
Senator San Augustine, do you accept the nomination?
Okay, Republicans' turns.
Senator Barnett, you are recognized.
Sorry, Your Honor. I thought you said Senator Barnett.
I'm sorry, that's just so funny to me. But in his defense, now, Senator Barnett spent 30 years or so in radio, and a big chunk of that was in music radio. And it occurs to me that he might be one of the kind of guys that turns his headphones up really loud. It'll blow the snot out of your mouth. That loud, the headphones, right? So it's possible that maybe the I don't know, acoustics of the room. So Parkinson, Barnett. It's like one of those things. You remember the blue dress, gold dress thing from a couple of years ago, where it all depends on where you are or whatever. Anyway, so the next thing that happened there was Jesse Anderson Lahan got up and made a nomination for Frank Blas Jr. If you haven't heard the rest of this tall tale, then here's what happened. Chris Barnett and 2 other people voted for Therese Terlai. Actually, one of them was Therese Terlai, and that's 3 votes. You need at least 8 votes to win the speakership of the legislature. Frank Blas Jr. got 6, and Joe S. got 6 as well. So it looks like we're at some kind of a deadlock here over at the legislature in terms of who is going to be the leadership there. And I think there's leadership and committees and vice speakers and who's in charge of rules and all of that still has to get done. The only high side that I can think of for the entire legislative process yesterday was they were all joined by Santa Claus. So you can see him up on the screen right there, kind of in the center
I knew he was real, man.
Yes, exactly. You tell the kids. 7:46 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. It's a pleasure to bring in for the very first time this time, Attorney General Doug Moylan. Congratulations to you, Doug.
Thank you, Ray. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. And you struck gold here. It not only are you the new Attorney General, but you even got Lee Weber to say a few things over at your inauguration.
Yes, that is a striking gold. Kindred spirit.
Absolutely, and I hope that you take all of the words that he gave you, all of the statements that he made, because I think he's absolutely right. You do have an enormous challenge on your hands and responsibility on your shoulders. You've got the responsibility for the safety, well-being, and protection in the eyes of our citizens, protecting us from child abuse, family violence, drug importation, violent crime, illegal immigration, and much, much more, according to Lee Weber. So hopefully you've internalized that. Maybe even put it on a sign that sits behind your desk at the office. What do you think?
It's in the emblem. Toughest law enforcers. That's the under the Eagles talons. We've adopted that as the motto of the office. Those are the fighting words. Toughest law enforcers.
Good for you. Good for you. 7:48 in the morning, and I appreciate some of the other words that had gone out there. Myself, cousin Troy, etc. Just kind of breathless with anticipation of the beginning of the Doug Moylan attorney generalship. I guess I'm stepping on my words here. I'm excited that you are where you are right now, and wondering what your first day at work is going to look like. I'm going to assume that you're in the parking lot now.
I'm actually on the road going there. Yesterday was the first day of work. Today's day 2. So, you know, the dedicated group that was working yesterday, and, you know, we're going to continue today. I've got to get that office into shape. There's a lot of work structurally that's fallen apart in there.
You get a feeling like it's year 0, day now 2, as you point out. You know, it's a whole new leaf that has been turned over at the Attorney General's office.
Well, I'll be meeting with the staff, setting up the the cheerleading meetings to get them in the spirit of what the new legal policies are at the office. So, unfortunately, as I said, yesterday was day 1 with the magistrates that came in. So we're trying to make sure that the bad guys are locked up and kept there. The crime victims are protected. Future victims are prevented from being hurt by people that are sufficient enough to have gotten arrested by the police department and charged by the AG's office. So there's a lot of hands-on type of work that I have to be doing to make sure that we recalibrate that office.
Are you instructing GPD not to do book and releases? So, I mean, anybody that gets booked, you gotta definitely get you magistrated and get you before a judge before anybody says we're going to let you out.
Well, I have to say that Chief Ignacio, my impression is that Guam Police Department's doing an excellent job.
Yes.
They're arresting people, they're sending them over, and it's up to the AG's office to review those police reports in time and charge them. They have 24 to 48 hours to be charged with the crime under Guam law. So, we're working diligently every day, and again, it's a shake and bake right now that's going on in that office because some people have been asleep at that helm. Got to wake them up, right?
Well, absolutely, and that becomes kind of a concern. One of my initial concerns, and you'll remember the history of this when Donald Trump took office. There were still a whole lot of people in the deep state that did not care for him, did not care for his policies, and in many cases sabotaged them. Are you aware of anybody in the deep state of the Attorney General's office that might need some immediate counseling and guidance on where we're going next?
Well, Ray, like with Trump, I think his greatest error was that he didn't find a good lawyer for the Attorney General, and he picked a poor choice for his FBI director, as well as the Attorney General. But these guys were in the deep state. Same thing with it's just not on the U.S. and it's just not on Guam. It's all over. Whenever a former is removed, and that's why the governor has a new cabinet under every administration to make sure that the people's choice follows through all the parts of the government. And in the AG's office, it's no different. You need to have the chief prosecutor, all the deputies that are, line and in step with the Attorney General, because the people put me there for a reason, and every deputy, every employee under those deputies must comply with what the AG's legal policy is, and that means hard work. If they aren't ready to work hard in that office, they shouldn't be there. These are lawyers and the support staff, and that is the message that I'm sending out. I welcome them to join me with fulfilling the will of the people. But if they stand in my way, they're out of there.
There's a couple of interesting things here, and certain members of the legal community that used to work in the Attorney General's office, one or two that left with a great deal of contempt for that current Attorney General regime here. Have you been in communication with them, or are you expecting to conduct some interviews with returning prosecutors?
Well, it's been publicly stated. Ms. Canto has been offered a position back if she wishes. I know that she's been moving into bigger, better things for her personally, but for purposes of Ms. Tenorio, we're trying to get her from Department of Education back into the AG's office. She's very capable, and she's got the right frame of mind. So, protect the people. That's the first goal of every Attorney General in that office, every one of the deputies and assistants and staff. So, it's public service, right? And I'm not making a joke about it. This is about public service, and I'm dead serious with those people in that office. You stand in my way, and the people have given the Attorney General the authority to fulfill his mission or her mission.
7:52 in the morning, and you might not have the size of the army that you want going in here. How personally involved are you going to get in certain prosecution?
It's getting, well, like the magistrates. That's the first time that defendants are brought into the criminal justice system. A poor job has been done on filtering out cases that should be charged, should not be charged, should be further investigated. So all this, the nuts and bolts of what people see when it results on, it ends up on your desk as a news story, there's a lot of work that goes into it.
Sure.
So I'm having to get personally involved, as a 30-year attorney myself, criminal and civil, to find out, where we can become more efficient, where those people are that have good attitudes. As you saw, I think we had 13 individuals that changed their personnel status. A few of them resigned from the office, went with the departing AG, and other ones that stayed. I got to tell you, Ray, the salaries in that office are very nice for the attorneys compared to what I saw 16 years ago. So it's not about the money anymore. It's about public service. You're not there to be sitting on your rear end doing administrative work. You're there to be fulfilling all the different promises that were made that caused the people to elect this attorney. So,
you're looking for some new guys? I mean, I'll give you an opportunity here to make a plug for, as you almost just did, talking about the salaries and requirements of the job. If you're out there somewhere sitting on a JD and you think you might be able to do something that will be meaningful to this community, how do people apply?
All they need to do is call me up. I'll put them in touch with HR. If it's unclassified, I can hire. If it's unclassified, I can hire. If it's classified, they have to fulfill the personnel requirements for it. But the Attorney General has, almost 200 people in that office, $15 million budget. That's a lot of my day today is going to be spent sending out the memos and making the structural changes. I'm moving, like I promised, I'm moving civil attorneys into the prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got 5 immediately that have been notified. They're going to prosecution. I've got Ray Logan that's now head of the Child Support Enforcement Division. I've got to make sure that people and their kids are taken care of out there. So, it's balancing the force strength of that office. But I am actively recruiting. I'm looking for good attorneys, not the lazy ones out there, not the ones that have bad, legal skills. I'm looking for good attorneys. We're going to recruit off island. That's one of the things we're going to be talking about today.
If you accomplish one or two things early on, I think one of the things that I'd like to see is the revolving door over at the court slammed shut, and all of these people with priors and all of these people that are getting arrested while they're on felony release. I think a clear message needs to be sent to these guys. Look, if you have the benefit, if you have the luxury of being out of jail while you're awaiting your actual case, while you're awaiting your actual trial, then you better get right with Jesus, because you don't want somebody from Doug Moylan's Attorney General's office coming saying, what did you do with the time off that we gave you? What did you do while you were out of jail?
Ray, we're inviting the victims of every crime to come to the court, to Zoom in or to call in during every daily magistrate. I've got the team of investigators as well as crime victims unit people that contacted people yesterday in order to get them before Judge Cison. To let the court system, the jurists, understand that there's something that had occurred in the last 24 to 48 hours that you need to see these people that were hurt because of this individual. Obviously, they're innocent until proven guilty, but until such time as the trial occurs, there's sufficient probable cause in order to allow the judge to hold this person with sufficient guarantees that they don't harm the victim and additional people, and also show up to court. That's the type of stuff that we put in the briefs yesterday. I required now motions for confinement from my staff, which is getting victim statements to fill out declarations, to tell the judge how this person has hurt them. So, we're going to continue today refining the documents that we're submitting. We're getting a hold of the victims within hours once we get the police reports. So it's all part of a system we're setting up right now to do what lawyers do best, which is wordsmiths, to use the legal authorities in order to convince the judges that these people that we find probable cause on, there's a reason why we got to lock them up. That's the catch and release, and we're literally saying it in our briefs now.
Good.
We don't want another catch and release. it's so common out there. That's how bad it is.
Oh, we got catch and release is just amazing. We've got so many; it's almost cliche. You get some of these guys, very familiar names that I'm reading on the radio, and it's felony on felony release, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I don't want to start a fight. Just an indication that there are different views on how to deal with crime. The Josh Tenorio at his inauguration said, "I look forward to working with the Attorney General Doug Moylan and supporting his efforts to reduce crime and meet the expectations of our community. A Guam with safe streets and a safe neighborhoods, but I am also convinced we must increase therapeutic services, investing in rehabilitative counseling and vocational training as part of this effort." To what degree do you suppose, Doug, you're going to be willing to, with certain of the defendants that come through there at the Attorney General's office, say, yeah, maybe drug court will work for you. Maybe there's other things that we can do to give you a new focus on life.
I welcomed Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio's comment because I was there last night and I listened to it. That is their job. They control the public health and Guam Behavioral Wellness Center. We used to call it mental health before. Those people provide the therapies to people that have problems, okay? The Attorney General does not. The Attorney General is the stick of the people, that they are there to protect the people. They're not there to provide therapy. Ray, we all have problems. We all have issues in life. We all have family problems, whatever you call it. For a set of people to abuse the drugs and to become nuisances to the rest of us that have our own problems is unfair to those people that follow the law. Otherwise, we shouldn't even have a government.
7:59. So Doug, I appreciate the comments here, but I needed to leave some room for this. You are now the third person on the Ray Gibson Show to get their own jingle. Jay Rojas among them, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, and Real Joe, if you would, for Doug Moylan, his jingle, please.
Doug Moylan. He's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moylan.
I'm looking forward to playing the hell out of that there,
Very
Doug.
gracious of you, Ray.
We'll
Very gracious of you, my friend.
We'll send you a copy. It's just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Get to work. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir.
News time now on The Point.
Collapse at a North Carolina high-rise construction site leaves 3 dead and 2 others injured.
Charlotte firefighter Captain Jackie Gilmore said his units responded to a tragic scene early Monday morning at the building site.
We had scaffolding that had collapsed, and we had workers that had fallen from the scaffolding.
The workers are said to have fallen about 70 feet. 3 were pronounced dead at the scene. 2 others were treated for what Captain Gilmore called minor injuries. All work at the site has been halted while Charlotte Police and the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, investigate.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Democratic leaders say their members will be in full attendance tomorrow when the 118th Congress convenes. That means Republican leader Kevin McCarthy will need 218 votes to become Speaker, with the GOP now the majority party in the chamber. Some Republicans say they will not vote for McCarthy. The only transgender inmate on death row in a U.S. prison is set to be executed tomorrow in Missouri.
Citing mental health issues, lawyers for death row inmate Amber McLaughlin are appealing to Missouri Governor Mike Parson for clemency ahead of McLaughlin's scheduled lethal injection Tuesday. The 49-year-old whose death warrant was issued under the name Scott McLaughlin raped, strangled, and stabbed to death 45-year-old Beverly Ginther in 2003. McLaughlin was also previously imprisoned and listed on the Missouri Sex Offender Registry for the 1992 sexual assault of a 14-year-old girl.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Ukrainian officials say they responded to recent missile attacks that knocked out power and water service with rocket launches they say killed many Russian troops. Russian officials say at least 63 were killed in a facility housing military personnel in the eastern Donetsk region. America's listening to Fox News.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Investigators say the 19-year-old man who attacked 3 New York City police officers with a machete at a New Year's Eve celebration just blocks from Times Square was inspired by radical Islamic extremism. The suspect, identified as Trevor Bickford of Maine, was shot in his shoulder by an officer and is expected to recover. Dr. Anthony Fauci is expected to be the subject of the latest data release from Twitter.
Twitter CEO Elon Musk hinting Sunday that this week's Twitter Files report is going to focus on Dr. Anthony Fauci. Fauci retired this week as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, where he oversaw extensive research projects and was a chief medical advisor to several presidents. He's faced scrutiny over his handling of the national response to COVID-19. House Republicans are vowing to launch an investigation into the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic to try to determine whether it occurred naturally or if it escaped a research lab in Wuhan, China. Dr. Fauci has said he will cooperate with that investigation. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
An investigation is underway into a deadly collision of helicopters near a popular beach in Australia.
The incident happened at Main Beach on what is a warm summer's day on Australia's famous Gold Coast. We're told one helicopter was taking off and another landing near the SeaWorld theme park. Beachgoers rushed to help on jet skis and powerboats.
One of them from underneath came up and hit the bottom of the other one. Just heard this loud bang, just pieces, shrapnel flying everywhere.
One came down safely on a sandbank. Debris from the other was spread across a wide area.
As a result of that, 4 people have lost their lives today, and we have 3 others critical in hospital.
Acting Police Inspector Gary Worrell, an investigation is underway. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Today's a federal holiday, so no trading on Wall Street. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Every company needs money to grow and take on the challenges 2023 will bring.
That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you.
We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step or perhaps for a startup,
including working with SBA or GITA.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches.
Bank Pacific.
We want to be your partner.
Equal opportunity lender. Member FDIC.
Credit conditions apply.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on the point. A Superior Court judge was found to have made no error in sentencing Dwayne Piyellit to 6 years for sexually assaulting a teen. In 2019, Piyellit, Burton Borja, and Vianney Nenes Jose were accused of sexually assaulting a teen after a night of drinking and recording the assault. Piyellit and Borja pleaded guilty to the charge of criminal sexual conduct and, under the terms of their plea agreement, testified against Jose in his trial. Piyellit received a sentence of 6 years, while Borja was given 3 years, in part because of the quality of their cooperation, which Piyellit argued in his appeal. But during his October sentencing hearing, the judge said Pielet's behavior was disturbing because he knew the victim and how old she was, provided alcohol, and filmed the incident, even directing parts of the video, and blamed the victim afterwards. The video was later discovered circulating on social media. Meanwhile, Guam Housing Corporation has voiced concerns over differences between the costs of two invoices related to Phase 1 of the Lada Gardens renovation project in Derrida. Concerns arose during the GHC monthly board meeting last Thursday as authorization was being sought to pay for work already completed. With only 12 out of 23 homes completed, the board had its reservations on whether they should approve paying out over $252,000 for the first half of the project. Some members expressed it didn't make sense as to how the next 11 homes would cost so much less at $94,000. Members were also concerned with the status of the remaining 11 homes that needed to be renovated. But after members discussed their reservations, they placed the motion to pay for the work completed before the board, and all were in favor of going forward with the payment. There are 38 units currently vacant at the site. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
An electrical fire at the Frankie Smith Police Precinct in Tumon late last week may force its officers to move to a temporary location. The setback won't affect response and operations, and a contingency plan is in place should the officers at the Tumon Precinct need to temporarily relocate. Police Chief Stephen Ignacio says alternative locations will be the Matapang Beach Coban and the Derrida Precinct. Last Wednesday, an electrical fire occurred at the precinct where the meter is located. Upon further inspection, it appeared a bird managed to build a nest in the power box. Ignacio reassures the public that services have not been affected as a result of the incident. And two Guam Education Board members will not be returning. Chair Mark Mendiola, who's been on the board for 6 years, and board member Robert Crisostomo, who served on the GEB for 4 years, shared their farewells during the final board meeting held last week. Both did not seek re-election. During their last session, the Education Board tackled multiple issues, including finally selecting the next GDOE superintendent. Dr. Kenneth Swanson is slated to take up the mantle, now being filled by acting superintendent and former Senator Francis Santos. In his final message, Mendiola highlighted the board's most significant accomplishment this term, the approval by the U.S. DOE for a transition period to free Guam's DOE from a third-party fiduciary. This ultimately saved GDOE $2.2 million it pays annually for the contract. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Are you sure that's our top story, including that boring story from Guam Housing? I read that. I looked at the thing this morning. I'm going, yeah, okay, we're really scratching the bottom of the barrel for stories here. But that's the way it is. Frankly, and I don't think it has anything. Guam Housing. I know the people that run the place, and they're all hearts in the right place, all of that. But I tell you what, at the end of the day here, I think the big story that everybody wants to talk about, everybody is all lined up with, is not what the governor said last night in her inaugural address. Yeah, okay, nice dress. Okay, thank you very much. Drive carefully and good night. We'll see you at the gala, which is what, this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Where are you and I are DJs, right? We're the DJs. We're going to sneak in with a DJ.
You're going to kick us out?
What? No.
They're going to throw us out like they did Ken.
Just help push equipment and you'll look like you're part of the crew.
No.
Yeah? We'll carry a ladder in.
Carry a ladder. You're absolutely right. That's the way it's done. No one will, if you're wearing an orange vest and carrying a ladder, people will let you walk into Fort Knox, right? Don't even worry about it. But anyway, so you got all it's not Doug Moylan. Doug, I think, said everything that we thought he was going to say in an inaugural address, and there we go. What is it? Now Peter Santos wrote in, and I'm sorry,
He's
Peter.
still around.
I did not see this when I was talking to Doug, but it is a good question. Who is the new chief prosecutor? I heard he. Wait a second, I can't read the whole. I heard he quit yesterday. The existing chief prosecutor. Well, I don't even know who that is. Is it my cousin? Is it O'Malley? Is it the guy that used to be the attorney general?
Man. It could be him, though. Peter Santos. Peter Santos. You could take the job, man.
I don't know. Okay, so okay, I was thinking about that. As I was reading, and I kind of wanted to ask Doug about that. You know, looking at expanding his prosecution division of the Attorney General's office. I say, look, Peter Santos did not win in his write-in bid. He is an attorney and has experience working in the prosecution office at the Attorney General's office. Would you consider hiring him? But I didn't want to give Doug an opportunity to say, oh, hell no, Ray, come on. Get out of here. I hate cartoons. I didn't want him to do that.
Watch cartoons.
So I figured we'll see, right? We'll see if the guy lines up for a job. But I would point out to you, Doug, and it's worked for me in past. Not everybody I've ever hired has held a great deal of respect for me or even liked me. But in some of those cases, we found a lot of common ground and actually enjoyed the process of fighting each other to improve the product. So I don't know. Maybe is a kind of a Jerry Roberts close to God way of looking at things. On the other hand, oh hell no. What are you thinking, Ray? What is it? Hang up on me now, even before now. 8:13 in the morning. And I posted last night something today was going to be a very special Ray Gibson show because today we were going to drop the Doug Moylan jingle. We did seconds before Fox News, and it's possible that some of you, were dropping off kids or car line or picking your nose or something. You might have missed it. So I'd like to play it probably about another dozen times before the day is over. So one more time, Real Joe, for the listeners.
Doug Moylan, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moylan.
All right, I think I got universal approval here at the radio station. Donna D did it, so you got to imagine that she likes the song. Real Joe, do you feel?
It's like an action figure commercial, man. I want to buy the action figure.
You mean like an action figure on a Saturday morning cartoon that Doug Moylan does?
Never watched that.
That's exactly what it is.
All right, 8:14 in the morning. So Donna D and I, we're both fans of cartoons. I'm sure an exception was made when Doug was young to watch Star Trek in cartoon version. That might have been the only exception in his early Attorney General life. But when Donna heard that, she was affronted by the idea that I don't watch cartoons, Ray Gibson, and so that led to the inspiration for her to dig out some kind of kind of a space, not space, but spy
Criminals
theme.
should worry that he doesn't watch cartoons. You don't play.
Oh, this is good. God, this is so much fun. I'm looking forward to it. Who's on the phone?
Oh, that's Senator Frank Bloss Jr.
Hey,
he could be the next speaker.
He could be the next speaker of the legislature. 8:15. I wasn't supposed to do anything, right? I was all done with my stuff.
You could do weather or
whatever. No. He's busy. He's busy. Needs to go and find Chris Barnett and Therese Turley and Sabine and get at least 2 of those 3 votes. So my classmate can become the next speaker of the 37th run by Democrats legislature. Buenos Day, Frank Bloss Jr.
Good morning, Ray.
Danny, you didn't call me this time to tell me what you were going to be doing. It's first time.
I mean, you said wait until Tuesday comes.
Well, if Tuesday comes, but normally you tell me before you're going to do something crazy like this. We gather up the guys and we meet in your backyard. We drink a whole lot of Budweiser until it sounds like a great idea. In this case, I wouldn't have had to drink so much Budweiser because I'm in love with the idea. Obviously, okay, disclosure, Frank and I literally have been friends all of our lives. We were in daycare together. We did the first song fest at Father Duane's. Well, he did.
Oh, no. Poor Senator.
I was holding the lyric sheet in front of my face so that nobody could tell whether I was singing or not. But Frank was among the guys that wrote the thing, and distinguished career as a police officer, public safety, community, Department of Homeland Security and Civil Defense, and the legislature. So he's got the bona fides to be a for real leader in this town, as far as I'm concerned. And I would love to see you take that next step, buddy.
Thank you very much. And I tell you. That step would not have been necessary had the Democrats, had gotten their act together from the get-go.
Well, no, the get-go, the day after the election, I was already wondering the question out loud, and many times on the air it asked it, who's going to be the next Speaker of the Legislature? I knew Therese wanted the job, wanted to keep that job, but I also knew that there were any number of other, pretenders to the throne, if you will, from the Democratic Party. But I thought they'd be able to come up with some kind of a solution, compromise, as we say in the political circles, before the inauguration, and it didn't happen.
It didn't happen, and as Republicans, we hit the ground running as soon, even before the votes were certified. We met, at least 9 times, as a group, and then numerous times individually, and all the while too is okay, guys. Once we've gotten past, okay, what is it that we want to be able to accomplish, in the legislatures? Okay, so then who is going to be who's going to be in the leadership spots? And we knew that there was some conflict, if you will, amongst the Democratic members, and so we reached out and said, look, if you guys are going to need our votes to be able to determine this, what's in it for us?
Exactly.
Nothing had come about all the way up until about Sunday of the day before inauguration. We provided them with a list of some things that we'd like to be able to see as improvements in this legislature.
Well, never mind improvements that you'd like to see. I mean, I'm the voter, and you represent me. I'd like to be able to see a strong push from the legislature, even if it is over a barrel, that we finally get a look at rolling back the Guam the gross receipts and the business privilege taxes to something that I think the people of Guam can afford. I'd also like to see a version of Bill 11, last term's Bill 11, brought in front of the body and moved to the governor's office in a veto-proof fashion that would provide for, I don't know, some common sense and some guardrails on public health emergencies, any emergencies. I mean, you used to be Homeland Security and Civil Defense. I mean, there was never, ever a time, I think, when you guys were developing the plans for pandemics that you foresaw something going on for as many. It's almost 3 years.
And truth be told, yeah, you've always got to be able to prepare, and there's always got to be contingencies, and basically, what do we do if it prolongs? What are those processes? And granted that this was a test of what we currently have in the books. We found some of the flaws.
Destroyed the economy around here. It's gonna take us 2 years to get our hospitality industry back to where it was, and countless numbers of businesses that either folded or are still waiting for some kind of handout from the government.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And for us to say that our economy is back up and running, that's far from the truth, and that's far from the reality of what we see out there. There's still people that look for help in being able to put food on their tables and dinner every night. People have lost their homes, and some families have just said, look, we've had enough of this. We're going to go someplace where we can build back our lives. In the meantime, we've got an economy that, is still struggling. Granted that, we had some help with federal stimulus funding and the military buildup, but those are going to go away real soon. And then what of the rest of the economies and the rest of the livelihood of our people?
There are a number of people here that are going to be playing their cards very close to their chest. You and I are working in both of us industries now that are tertiary to everything else that goes on. People need insurance, and those are the businesses that are lined up with the hospitality industry, food and beverage, etc. And many of them have had a hard 21 and 22 and are looking at coming to us saying, okay, well, I'll still do business with you, but I can't pay the premiums like I did before. Can't pay the contracts like we did before. So
you're absolutely right, because from my vantage point in the insurance industry, with the number of businesses that have closed down and said, look, we no longer need insurance, or the businesses that said, look, we're still struggling. Is there a way that we can be able to either stretch the payments up, up the deductibles, do certain things so that we don't have to pay too much while we're trying to continue to survive. We've got families who said, you know what, guys, I don't need to insure my house anymore. I don't own it anymore. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving. So from my vantage point, I'm looking at how the community continues to struggle, and being able to, much less pay for insurance, much less afford it. And then when you have an administration that says, oh, the economy is picking up and, we've got excess monies. We got excess monies from places that are not organic. Yeah, and when when we start to fix what we have as organic, and businesses start to open and people start to go back to work, other than working for the government of Guam, then we can say, okay, now we're on the road to recovery. We're still flailing, and we've got to start to work on these things. And going back to the leadership, in the legislature, first off, we have now a legislature has got 15 senators. Now let's move on to getting things done, and with for my Democratic colleagues with us in the Republican group, it's okay, guys. We need to move past this. Here's how we can help. This is how we want to be able to do this. Can we settle down and take care of this?
So what's next, though, Darryl? What strategically, what is the smart move? It seems to me the Republicans need to gird themselves, and nobody split. Everybody, we started this game with all six of us, and we are going to go all the way through with the six. I mean, so have you been on the phone with Chris Barnett today? Have you been on the phone with Therese Terlai? Have you called Sabine and asked her what their thoughts are, what it's going to take to get at least two of those three votes firmly on your side?
We're lined up and or ready to be able to talk to them today. Okay, there are some discussions that we will be having, not just amongst ourselves, but also with our Democratic colleagues.
I'm thinking infusion for Therese, and maybe swing by Tsodi and grab some stuff for Barnett.
Well, I assure you that there will be conversations today, and hopefully we can finish making this fruitcake and eat it and move on.
Amen to that. Have you heard from Chief Justice Carbolito? Is he in a hurry to get back and gavel you guys back in?
Well, I'm sure that he was just as surprised. Okay, he handled it very, very well. I appreciate that he was able to do that. But in his defense, he's just going to have to, all he needs to do now is, okay, once we get a speaker in, I'm done. I can leave. My car's outside. We're going to
go. Don't even turn it off. Just leave the air conditioner on. Leave it running. Hopefully this will go fast-like. Any indication on when that might happen? I mean, we've got Doug Moylan's already started work. Presumably now that the speeches are done echoing around the UOG Fieldhouse, the administration looks like they might be getting into some kind of work. And the truth of the matter is that they may want to take advantage of this weakened legislature in the short term.
Well, I tell you,
I would,
based on things that have occurred, they had a hand in this. So, they would appreciate that this thing gets done fairly quickly.
What do you mean they had a hand in it? How is it possible that Adelup could have influenced the outcome of the inauguration of the 37th Guam legislature? What stories have you heard?
Well, there's still the concern of just how close to the hip they are with several members of the legislature, and that said is we want to, as a Republican group, we want to be able to differentiate and set ourselves as a co-equal branch of government with the charge and the duties of helping to be the checks and balances of the functions of the government of Guam.
It is absolutely frightening that we have to go through this basic civics lesson for members of the legislature. This is another one of the reasons why there are times where I don't trust the legislature to hold my wallet. We can't get them to understand the basic civics of it, and then when we start thinking about finance, easy stuff, economics 101, that becomes almost like quantum physics, trying to explain quantum physics to a monkey, for heaven's sakes. It's not going to be able to get it. So I don't envy you, and I've been in communication with people that had run for office and are now very, very pleased they did not get enough votes to get past the primary election and see themselves as members of the 37th Guam legislature. 8:27 in the morning. I want to leave you with something good news, right? I don't know if you'll be able to see it because I don't know where you are, but I'm going to put on screen.
I'm sitting at my desk. I'm sorry. I don't have a...
That's okay. No, it's all right. On screen right now, you can't see it, but everybody else can. They put up the door plaques in Washington, D.C. in the House of Representatives, and I'm looking at the plaque that is hanging on the front door of Representative James C. Moylans from Guam. He's got his plaque.
Yeah, and I tell you what, part of the things that we've done is we've had numerous conversations, with our congressional representative, Mr. Moylan, and we want to be able to work on some things, at the national level as well, and using collectively the resources and the contacts that we have. Is one thing about Washington D.C. for Guam is out of sight, out of mind. Mm-hmm. When you're over 10,000 miles away, one of the biggest challenges is always keeping yourself visible and relevant. And so we want to be able to continue to work on those things so that we can continue to remain relevant in national conversations, but also look at some of the things that we're going to need here on Guam, with regard to federal assistance or federal, working together.
Well, let's start with safety of the island here. I don't know how much of this you were able to expose yourself to over the weekend, but the North Koreans on New Year's Day sent a whole bunch more missiles up into the air. We've got stories now. Was it there was one flyby in is it the disputed waters around South Korea or somewhere near the Kurils? I got to get this story down where a U.S. plane flew within meters of another one, and the idea that the Chinese Navy had put off by about 500 miles offshore of Guam. These people are very, very serious in the message that they are sending to the United States in these threats to us and other neighbors in the region here. They're threatening the stability of the region. They're threatening the peace of the region. And I think that is among the things that has got to get a lot of conversations, super bandwidth conversations in Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon.
Oh, you can almost assume that, they've upped, with regards to North Korea and China, they've upped their aggression. They're continuing to push the envelope and see just how close, how far they can go to the edge, before somebody, hopefully, President Biden and the powers that be, say enough is enough, okay, and start to put, teeth into the ground.
Well, it's like any fight that you're going to get into. Are you prepared for it? Technically, we're fighting a war, proxy war, in Ukraine. Can we afford to? Do we have the tools and the assets that we need to be able to play war in that part of Eastern Europe, and then what we're going to have to do to defend ourselves and our assets here?
Yeah, I tell you, I have all the confidence and belief and faith in the strength of our U.S. military, but they can't do this alone. It's got to be a all on board effort here. Where's the State Department in all of this? Where are the sanctions? The enforcement of sanctions.
Oh my God. Those people are all amateurs. Everybody in the cabinet in D.C. they're amateurs. You know that. That's the scary thing, is they're concentrating on critical race theory and DEI as opposed to, we got to start retraining our people to blow crap up. Anyway, those are my thoughts. 8:30 in the morning. Darryl, you've got an interesting couple of days ahead of you. You've got my WhatsApp number, so anything that you want to send me to keep me in the loop, one way or the other, I'd really appreciate it.
Understood, my brother.
All right, man. I'll talk to you pretty soon. I'm going to kiss to Tilly, and have a good day doing whatever it is that you're going to be doing today. Like I said, maybe some infusion for Therese, maybe some I don't know, a couple of chalaquiles or the good empanaditas over at Sodi. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can tell them to bring it over to the office when they come over.
Right on. 831. That's the buddy. 888-825-5888-TALK. All right, well, there it is, from the horse's mouth. I don't know whether, who Will Parkinson is talking to today, but it doesn't look like, I don't know, if, based on what we saw at the inauguration yesterday with the, I'm going to, you know what, best benefit of the doubt. Chris Barnett did hear Barnett, not Parkinson, when Justice Carbolito said it. He honestly,
very possible.
Yeah, because he reached instinctively reached for the microphone. And he was already standing, right? Were they both already standing? I could look at the video again a little bit later on. In the meantime, it's 8:32 in the morning, and we haven't played enough of Doug Moylan's jingle.
Doug Moylan, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moylan.
There you go. 8:32 in the morning. Ray Gibson, Joe, Chetch Garcia online. I guess Sarita Garin says he really thinks it's kind of a sexy jingle that the guys got there. Absolutely. It says, wait a second, that's Nurse Garin. So Dave Dinsman, sadly, I don't share your confidence in the military. Senator Frank Blas Jr., too busy being woke. Exactly the point that I was making there. They've got too many of these little inclusive experiments going on in what should be the profession of maintaining peace, doing good for humanity in whatever region that they happen to find themselves in, i.e. Christmas drop and whatever. But everything else ought to be focused on how do we inflict maximum damage with minimum TNT? That ought to be the probing question that all these guys are asking themselves these days. Doris Marie Tadenko Lewis watching, so is Randy Rages. Not that one, the other one, Glenn Hunter. And where was Guam Homeland? Asleep at the wheel. I predict the same with the Governor's Security Council. Cough, cough, says Nick. It's that conversation, and I'm worried that there aren't enough people that are having it. China put an aircraft carrier literally in our backyard. You get the guys over in the military. We got it. It's all right. Okay, fine. But let's talk about what the nature of we got it is. And they say, well, we've hired the contractor for these Aegis and Aegis Ashore systems for you. We'll be able to knock rockets out of the sky here soon. And my question is, tomorrow, right? Are they coming tomorrow with all of that stuff? Because between the North Koreans and the Chinese, there is a whole heck of a lot of saber rattling going on, and our top stories in any of the media aren't bringing that up. All right, John Fetterman going to be wearing his congressional hoodie, says Jose Tetpago Jr. Let me see, Art de la Cruz, James Howard's online. Happy belated birthday to James Howard.
No way.
That's what it said on the Facebook yesterday.
All right, happy birthday, man. Whatever.
Yeah, well, you two are lovers. I'm surprised
sorry,
you
man.
didn't start the show with it. Linda Kitchituz, there's Martin Mendoza, Naomi Taitano, Mercy Greeno. There's Sarita's quote, the jingle sounds so sexy, like a James Bond movie theme, or is it just me? Nope, she did it on purpose. Evelyn Grant is online, so is Maria Espinosa. Is that the same Evelyn Grant that's trying to get me to follow her on Facebook? I don't know. This happens all the time. Is it, be like this unbelievably foxy chick that wants to be friends on Facebook, and you go to their profile, and so you got the profile picture, and then there's a picture of her with a dog, and then another version of the profile picture, and another picture of her with the dog.
Yeah.
And the only other friends that she has here is like me and Bobby Stringy.
And all those photos were loaded yesterday.
Right. How long have you been? I'm sorry, Evelyn, we're going to right-click on you and see what's going on. Maria Espinosa is there. Catherine Tyron Blas, Maria Torres Blas, Strike Vidza Gomez, Bill Freeton. I got Mike Schneip, Mike Grace, MT Farron, Louis Cabral the second watching the show. So is Brian Kitsutsu, Vince Duenas. We have our share of Vinces today. Drew Tenorio, Joey and Vanji Gokwi. I got Judy Takadina, Felix Regis, Jonathan Lizama. There's two words in the middle. He's a very long name, like he's running for office. There's Prudential Meno, Jesse Ninetti Aurelio Pereda, Carmen Ferrin Valino. I've got, hi, Carmen. Francis Duffy, Pete Rivera, Claire Carrera, John Santos, Rick San Augustin, Charlie Laurent from over at the GRMC. Tattoo Shauna says, what a great jingle. Love it, Donna. That's the girls all backing each other up around here. Cousin Troy says he love it too. I got Liza Tuncap saying, Happy New Year. Odilia Marie Taitano asking, what about survivors of murder victims? Will their cases ever go to trial for justice, or will it continue to be canceled by the courts? Juanita Machi, they didn't play it. No, it says, somebody says, I missed the jingle. We didn't play it yet, says Juanita. This was from before. Is there a number for Doug Moylan's office, says Odilia Marie Taitano. I imagine it might be in the what is it we call the 411 now?
Maybe.
112.
Let's see. It's Congress phone book.
The amazing and incredible talented Jack Larimer. Hopefully the child support section would give great fathers a good shake. Ask Doug to say you're fired. All right, next time. Tracy Limtiaco is there. Lou and Josh Regime, not administration, says Dave. Anna Marie is there. Oh, my God. Says Sarita says, I can wear my PT white uniform, and I still have my old stethoscope. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take you up on that particular offer. It's dress up day in the Ray Gibson Show anytime soon. Charles Cross says Ray's having issues remembering program notes because he hasn't run his show since last year. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I got Lauren Michelle is online enjoying the last days of the.
I remember what you told me when I told you. She said we're family, and you're like, you just got in the family zone,
You
Joe.
get family zone.
That's worse
bro.
than the friend zone.
Worse, way worse. Lauren Michelle, among our favorite educators, enjoying the last minutes, hours, and seconds before she got to go back to school and get the girls back to school. Tommy Bernardo's online. John Savaris, let me see, looking for some new names.
Savaris!
Gene Fujikawa and Greg Bass Knight is online. Everybody saying good morning. I want to make sure I get everybody. I really, really appreciate you guys here. What a great way to start the new year of broadcast for me. Jerica Clark with the new baby online. Patrick A. and Martha Tovis. Post office. Tammy is with us today. Sandra Regis. Okay, I think I'm getting to a point where, all right, I've seen some of these names before. Got any more? Line them up for me. 888-8255. There's Valerie Carbolito. Okay, I want to make sure she was here. Tom Garcia. Okay. Vici, there it is. I think that's the last one I stopped at. Vici D. Monry and Lanny Solis online saying thanks very much. Okay, all right. So 8:38 in the morning. Coming up, Donna D is going to take care of her last big look at news and headlines, and then we're going to do the first couple of celebrity birthdays, January 1st and January 2nd, as the program continues. Don't move.
It's not an accident to live a healthy, long life. It's a choice. The food you eat, the water you drink, the air you breathe. A deep, restful sleep along with exercise will put you on a good path to live a healthier, longer life. At NutriWay Systems, we choose to help people find the right solutions to live a longer, healthier life. Make the right choice. NutriWay Systems. Come by our office today. We are located on the second floor of the Daily Plaza in Dededo, or give us a call at 671-864-7867.
Have a day and a happy new year from KFC. And me, I'm Colonel Sanders. And to kick off the new year, I'm bringing back one of my best deals, the $25 fill-up bucket. That's 10 pieces of original recipe drumsticks and thighs with 2 large sides of red rice for only $25. It's the highest caliber meal for you to spend less money. KFC's $25 fill-up bucket is available at all KFC restaurants island-wide and here for a limited time. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, trying to figure out where I want to go here. I could do pictures of Victoria Principal.
Oh, she's pretty.
Oh, wow.
73 years old today. Or Tia Carrera when she was in Wayne's World.
Oh, wow. Excellent.
Isn't she like Dr. Tia Carrera? Didn't she like hold a degree in nuclear science or something like that? Yeah,
No.
I'm gonna check it out. While you're doing the news, I'm gonna check or model Christy Turlington, who's got a birthday today. Or are you ready for this? Happy 20th birthday, and now old enough to be told to shut the hell up. Greta Thunberg.
How dare you steal my hope in my future?
Hope is not passive. How dare you? Greta Thunberg is 20 years old, and okay, fine. Somebody made it real clear. Is this is one of the things that the lefties are fond of doing? Is they'll put words in little kids' mouths because most of the rest of us are too polite to say, "Shut up, kid." Just shut the hell up and let the grown-ups work on this.
Most of us.
Most of us are like that. Don't want to yell at other people's kids, but I think there are some cases where you just got to say, you know what, this is far too important to be left to somebody that is in it. I don't know. Maybe she's very sincere about her efforts here, but you know what, we're now down to you do what you want to do, but now everything that you do, I'm supposed to do, like bring my own bags to the grocery store. You know, that still pisses me off.
Same here, man.
It's just one of those things that people go, oh, but it's the least you can do. No, it's not. There's all kinds of other stuff that I can do, and I will. I like to think that I'm enough of a person that appreciates and enjoys nature and wants to live on a clean planet, wants to live in a clean place. But I don't need at the time 14, 15-year-old kid telling me what to do or telling me that my actions hadn't been enough. And I think we need to in 2023 stop accepting those kinds of things from those people. Oh, and by the way, so every time she gives a speech, is that supposed to what's the word I'm looking for? Relieve her of the burden of flying around on jet planes all over the place where she can make all it?
They got her trolling Andrew Tate.
Well, he is kind of from what I'm hearing, it sounds like he deserves it. So the guy, so Tate, if you missed it over the weekend, Tate was trying to troll her by showing her how many fantastic automobiles that all burned gasoline that he's got, and so, but he did it with a couple of these pizza containers from a country that he's not supposed to be in. And
he got swatted, man.
Yeah, the law swatted. That was the word he used. But the law caught up with him, and apparently there have been arrests made or at least charges levied against him. Anyway, 8:42 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255. Time for our last big look at news and headlines with Donna Diava. Donna, what happened in the 8:30 headlines?
Investigators are looking into the death of a 40-year-old man who was hit by a car in Antigua late Friday afternoon. The man was walking along Marine Corps Drive near District Court just before 4 in the afternoon when the crash occurred. He was rushed to Naval Hospital but did not survive. No arrests have been made. And Seifor Kachura has been charged with burglarizing Our Lady of Peace Funeral Home 2 weeks ago. 10 keys valued at about $745 were taken. Surveillance footage showed that Kachura was involved in the break-in. Upon being questioned, he told officers that he and a co-actor had entered the funeral home but denied taking anything because he could not find anything of interest. And dangerous ocean conditions are expected to persist through tomorrow, and inexperienced swimmers and boaters are advised to stay out of the water. The National Weather Service says elevated winds are expected in the region for the next several days, so more man-o-war sightings may be possible. A small craft advisory also remains in effect through tomorrow night. And those are your local headlines on the point. Back
okay. All right. So celebrity birthdays. We'll start with today's celebrity birthdays because that's what I've got a picture of right now. And I don't want you to look at any pictures where Victoria Principal is any older than 25.
Nice.
All
That's
right?
what I was doing. That's why I was distracted. I was looking at pictures.
Look at the pictures of her. Like when she was in Dallas, when she was on the Dallas TV show, right there on the right-hand side of the screen. Absolutely a gorgeous, gorgeous woman, a fine, fine actress. And I always thought one of the prettiest people on television back in the day. Still pretty.
Yeah.
But that fresh look that she brought to all those programs was awesome. Victoria Principal from Dallas, 73 years old. Mel Gibson is 67 years old.
Oh, wow.
How long has it been since he's made a good movie?
I don't know, man. He can let himself go.
We were soldiers once, and we were young.
Yeah.
And it's based on a book about the character that he played and a photographer. Lee Weber knows who I'm talking about. And in fact, one of the little known things about that movie is it's based on a true. Based on true military action that took place in the Vietnam War, among the first of the times where American soldiers got up close and uncomfortable with the Viet Cong. There was a guy from Guam in that valley. There was a fella from Guam in that valley, and I know him. Haven't seen him in a long, long time, but know about him and that particularly adventurous day. Former NFL quarterback Eli Manning turns 42 years old. Greta Thunberg is 20. If you're looking for celebrity birthdays from yesterday, can do. We've got Tia Carrera from Wayne's World. Crap, I forgot to look it up. Wait. No. Wait, Tia.
And her name was Cassandra.
Tia Carrera. How do you spell Carrera? Yeah. I'll get around to doing this, but C-A-R-R-E-R-E. Okay. E-R-E, education. Okay, put that up on the screen to see what happens. There's plenty of pictures of her. There's the skinny Tia Carrera, and then there's the not-so-skinny Tia Carrera. I'm looking up education. Wait a second. It was still on images. Education, Sacred Heart Academy, an all-girls school, Filipino-American. Huh. I thought there was maybe did she play a genius in Wayne's World? Okay,
no,
maybe that's where I know it from.
Wayne's World.
It's not a genius in the thing. Okay, gotcha. Anyway, so we got her celebrating a birthday. She's 56 years old. From Jerry Maguire, and I'm wondering how come we don't see this guy in a whole lot of shows these days. Cuba Gooding Jr. Well, remember he did that? He was in Outbreak too. He was the helicopter kind of pilot in
behind Dustin Hoffman. He was working with
he was working with Dustin Hoffman in that particular movie. Did an outstanding job and managed to shoot the monkey and save the world. You remember?
He did.
That's
he shot the monkey. That was a good shot.
Yes, it was. That's the guy that shot the monkey in the movie. And like I said, saved the world. Where was he? It could have had him instead of Fauci, right? Who else is on? I got model Christy Turlington is 54 years old. If you're looking for something to celebrate in the next day or two, what have we got? Vampire Sneeze Practice Day, and I didn't realize it had a name. When it predates COVID-19 by a long shot, but even before, they'd tell kids to sneeze into your elbow. And I didn't realize it. I'm doing a thing. So when you do that, they call it the vampire sneeze because you look like Dracula holding your cape into your face. So it's one sneeze, two sneeze. Festival of Sleep Day, Humiliation Day, J.R.R. Tolkien Day, and a nod to everybody who has read all of the books, starting with The Hobbit and working your way all the way to the end of the line. 4 books in the trilogy, and they've all been very, very incredible. And they made the movies out of them. And I don't care who does the movies; they will never be as good as the battle scenes and the imagery and the faces that were in my head when I read the books. I refer to it as the summer I spent in Middle Earth. 8:48 in the morning, more of the Ray Gibson Show, etc. coming up after these.
Pacific Points is turning 2 years, and we're giving away 2 million points. Imagine what you could do when you win up to 2 years worth of free Shell fuel, Foodies products, or rebates on your IT&E bill. Receive entries into our monthly and grand prize drawings when you sign up for Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points at Shell, Foodies, and IT&E when you refer your friends, and more. Go to PacificPoints.com for details and see more ways to enter. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Happy holidays, Guam. From now through January 13th, the Guam Visitors Bureau is giving you a chance to win $150 in cash just by sharing your Christmas spirit. Each week, GVB will announce the theme of the week, so take your best photo or video and upload to visitguam.com/Instaguam to enter for a chance to win $150 in cash. Winners will be announced every Friday. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to celebrate the season of giving.
Yeah, I'm looking it up here with the life and times of Tia Carrera. Althea Ray Duhinho Janeiro, known professionally as Tia Carrera, is an American actress, singer, and former model who got her first big break as a regular on the daytime soap opera General Hospital. Carrera played Cassandra Wong in the feature films Wayne's World and Wayne's World 2. Wong, I'm sorry. It's one of those things in Hollywood. Literally, all the Asians look the same. They don't make a distinction between Filipino or Korean, or Japanese or Chinese or any of that stuff. She played Juno Skinner. I remember this in True Lies. She was also in that one, played the villain, right? Remember?
With Schwarzenegger, right?
Yes. Nani Pelikai in Lilo and Stitch movies. You might remember her as Queen Tyrani in Duck Dodgers. Richard Lewis's girlfriend, Cha-Cha, in Curb Your Enthusiasm, starred as Sidney Fox in the TV series Relic Hunter, as well as Lady Danger opposite RuPaul in Netflix's AJ and the Queen. I don't know that I've ever sat down and watched anything with RuPaul in it. You know?
No, you never did?
Nah, you better work. It's work. There's a song I think RuPaul did. Carrera also appeared as a contestant in the second season of Dancing with the Stars and the 5th season of The Celebrity Apprentice. In addition to acting, she's won 2 Grammy Awards for her music. When the hell was that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Did she do a remake of that Silver Fox song? I don't know. I'll see what I can find.
Blitz, I think.
Ballroom Blitz.
Yeah.
I think you're right. So I don't know if that's Grammy material there. Ballroom Blitz. I mean, somebody else did it. It was a remake. Everybody did remakes, except Don Johnson. He did his own stuff. Even Bruce Willis did remakes. So anyway, it's 8:51 in the morning. And my, what an adventurous weekend it has been. And my, what adventurous times that we've got ahead of us here. It's been a couple of hours since I started the show. And in all this time, I had yet to visit the table of contents. I know. You're going, how is that even possible? Don't you normally start the show at the table of contents? No. It's it's one of those things I kind of forget. It just kind of gets the show rolling, and we start taking phone calls and hearing from people, and then eventually I get to a point like this, going, I wonder if there's anything else worth talking about here. And besides the incredible entertainment value of the 37th Guam Legislature. Do you remember what would I call the 35th Guam Legislature? Mostly useless legislature? Was it useless?
Brave and courageous? No.
Well, I throw brave and courageous around. Just me being cynical. But it wasn't. No, I thought they were dumbest legislature ever.
Oh yeah.
I think the 36th Guam Legislature was the one that I gave the phrase useless to. Because really, the one job, right? Budget, do a couple other things, right? But for the most part, in the very least, you would think that the legislature would, as my classmate Frank Blas said, would stand up as an independent, co-equal branch of government, and they couldn't even do that. You'd think that with 15 people there, you'd be able to find at least 10 of them that believed that they were there to represent all of the people of Guam. They are our representatives. They are our voice. There are voices there in that part of the government, the same way that Lulian Guerrero, for better or worse, is the representative for all of the people of Guam at the administration. And you get what you get, right? But they could not even find a place and enough people there that had taken some civics. We used to call it PAD in Father Duane's. I never knew what the PAD stood for. Started making stuff up. But anyway, so we're all, okay, well, here it is. This is the way our kind of government works. And you would think that the people that were in that kind of government would know that instinctively. And whether they agreed or disagreed with the thoughts, prayers, and hopes of the administration, it should still come based on them being the representatives in that part of the government of Guam. And so I'm wondering if they're going to bother doing the same thing. But clearly now, I think this legislature, this 37th Guam legislature, has begun to distinguish itself. Is it unprecedented, according to Bob Klitsky? No. It's happened before, and many familiar names, including A. St. Augustine and Parkinson, that were involved in that kind of odd start to a legislature from once upon a time. So it's not completely unprecedented. It may be unprecedented in modern times, where you'd think we would have gotten our act together a little bit better. It's not as though this was a surprise to anybody, but it will be interesting moving forward to see what happens. The same way that you got guys like Manchin and Sinema in mainland politics. So we've got our two. We got Chris Barnett. We've got Therese Terlai, and wondering which way they're going to flop. They both ran as Democrats, but clearly don't seem to line up with the other Democrat members of the 37th Guam legislature, and also possible that they may see things differently. And maybe looking at ways that they might be able to work with and collaborate with the Republican minority. Is it possible that the Republicans, with a little bit of help with a couple of independent-minded Democrats, may hold something like a majority over at the legislature? 8:55 in the morning. One of the guys that was watching it, obviously, was my cousin Troy. Good morning, cuz. How you doing?
Good morning, my friend, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Did you have a good time with Doug Moylan's inauguration yesterday?
I was very nervous because I had never emceed an event before, and so especially in front of all those politicians, so I was pretty nervous. Like literally 5 feet from me was the governor.
Well, wait, hold on. We can always be cordial to each other.
Yeah. No, but it's the governor. Like whoever the governor is, I'm going to be nervous in front of.
Oh, I got
you. Governor,
Yeah,
and then the chief judge of the district court of Guam was right there, and so I couldn't help myself. I cracked a joke in the beginning. I was like, it was just my nervous tick. I was like, I know that many of us, most of us, are excited about the inauguration of Doug Moylan as our 6th Attorney General, and I count myself among them, being that I have not committed a corrupt act or a crime within the statute of limitations.
Unlike some of you people here in this room,
I didn't say that.
Yeah, would have popped into my head.
Came pretty close to saying that.
Maybe it's a good thing I had plans for yesterday and was unable to make it. 8:57 in the morning, just a little bit of time, and that was nice. Doug Moylan got his, governor and Joshie got theirs at the field house. I guess there's a big gala that's going to be coming up. I don't have the thing to wear, so I don't know that I'm going to be going to that. But the rest of this now is over at the legislature, and I'd come out with a couple of thoughts in my head a little bit earlier. But you said yours are moving in a different direction. What did you think of all of the drama, the brouhaha at the legislature over the leadership?
I think it's a sign that more senators in this legislature than last have balls. The fact that you see, and on both sides of this, or on all 3 sides of this, matter of fact, you got what's emerging to be 2 factions to the Democrat side and then the Republican side, and it shows that all 3 of these emerging sides are willing to stand up for whatever it is they believe in and have a discourse in public. And, I really don't care about what people have to say about, our senators, they need to work together, our government needs to get along. No, they don't. That's not the legislature's job.
Right.
It is definitely not the legislature's job to get along with anybody. It's their job to fight it out, duke it out, and in public. And, the only thing I regret about that recess, but I understand that tactically and strategically it's what they needed to do in order to, I'm guessing that there's a very big effort to coalesce around Therese Terlahi, and I'm guessing that Joseph Augustine is fighting for those Republican votes too.
Mm-hmm.
But the only thing I regret about that recess taking place is that whatever discussion is going to happen is not going to happen in public. But the fact that Chris Barnett and Will Parkinson and Jesse Lujan and Frank Blas and all of them wanted to have that discussion in front of everyone's eyes at the inauguration tells me that they're willing to fight for other things as well, and openly, and because they believe in something, and that makes me feel a lot better about this legislation than last.
When I talked to Frank just a few minutes ago, it was pretty clear that they were moving. He wants the legislature to move into that direction. Now, and in my mind, it has to do with things that were Republican priorities in the last term that we just couldn't get through because politically they did not have the clout. Now, all of a sudden, they've got the clout. They are in a position to bar practically a Democrat leadership in the 37th Guam legislature, and I hope that they do that. I hope that they do so to the benefit of the people of Guam in the form of reduced taxes and maybe other benefits that might need to come our way here, ways that we can beef things up for members of the middle class before everybody moves away from Guam, and then restoring, I think, the powers of the legislature even in times of public health emergencies or other emergencies. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, and you're making a very good point about the power the Republicans have right now, and it's power that they can put to very good use if they realize what they have in common with Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, and Sabina Perez, because there's a lot of things that they don't have in common. They're not going to agree on tax policy. They might not agree on medical malpractice reform, but those 9 people can agree, and I don't even like a couple of them. But I can respect and appreciate that those 9 people, the 6 Republicans and those 3 Democrats, have an itch against public corruption. And if they can just get together and harness that that desire to get rid of public corruption together, then they can be a majority in the 37th Guam legislature. That makes a very big difference just by not shutting up.
All right. And I hate to shut you down, but we're already late getting into Fox News, but I want to keep you on the line. Can we return to a conversation after the Fox News about just what the hell is going on up in Saipan, in the Bank of Saipan?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, groovy.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you on hold. You can decide either to stay on hold or call me back after the news. We got to jump into it now.
1 out of every 4 flights in America in 2022, 1 out of every 4 was canceled or delayed.
Connecticut Democrat Richard Blumenthal, the measure would ensure airlines provide passengers with fair compensation, refunds, and other forms of recourse in the case of flight delays that are caused by an airline. Democrat Katie Hobbs has been sworn in as Arizona's governor.
Hobbs succeeding Republican Doug Ducey, who served 2 terms, making her the first Democrat to hold the position since Janet Napolitano, who took office in 2009. An inauguration ceremony is set for Thursday. Hobbs, Arizona's outgoing Secretary of State, narrowly defeating Republican Carrie Lake in November, a former TV anchor endorsed by former President Trump.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. The Sheriff's Department in the Florida Keys says over the last several days, at least 500 migrants have landed in what he calls a crisis. America is listening to Fox News.
Every company
It all
needs money to
started with a
grow and
brutal-
take on the challenges 2023 will bring.
That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you.
We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step or perhaps for a startup.
Including working with SBA or GITA.
Banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches.
Bank Pacific.
We want to be your partner.
Equal opportunity lender. Member FDIC.
Credit conditions apply.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Fans of Jeremy Renner are expressing well wishes after he suffered a serious injury.
Fans took to Twitter as new details emerged over actor Jeremy Renner's injuries, which caused him to lose a serious amount of blood. TMZ reporting that Renner was plowing the road about a quarter of a mile from his Tahoe home after a massive New Year's Eve storm when the machine, called the Snowcat, accidentally ran over one of Jeremy's legs. He was losing a lot of blood from the injury. He is currently in critical but stable condition. One person on Twitter wrote, "I am asking prayer warriors to pray for Jeremy Renner." Another wrote, "Keeping Jeremy Renner in our thoughts with the hashtag of his Marvel character, Hawkeye Forever." Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Thousands of mourners have begun paying respects to soccer legend Pele in his hometown of Santos, where his coffin was placed on the field at Villa Mildiro Stadium. His funeral is set for Thursday. The slate's been wiped clean for thousands of people in Connecticut with cannabis convictions.
Thousands of convictions of low-level cannabis possession have been cleared from the records of Connecticut residents as part of a 2021 cannabis legalization bill signed by Governor Ned Lamont. As of yesterday, the records were fully or partially erased using an automated erasure method. Other record erasures under the state's so-called clean slate law will begin in the second half of the year. Those eligible for clean slate include people who have not had any other criminal convictions for at least 7 years, have completed sentences for all crimes they were convicted of, and meet other requirements under the laws. In New York, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Queen guitarist Brian May is now a knight. He was honored as part of the UK's annual New Year's Honours list. May, who's also an astrophysicist, was among hundreds of artists, community leaders, and athletes recognized on the first list signed off on by King Charles III. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Pacific Points is more rewarding with friends. Get 100 bonus points for every friend you refer that signs up and earns points. Both you and your friends will enjoy awesome perks like discounts on Shell fuel, rebates on your IT&E bills, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. Plus, earn more points to upgrade your membership tier and enjoy even more exclusive rewards. Learn more at PacificPoints.com. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro.
Crop King Hydro. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Wendy's with their Made to Crave menu. What's new on that? An Italian mozzarella chicken sandwich or cheeseburger, crispy chicken fillet, or juicy beef topped with a slice of Asiago cheese, crunchy gooey fried mozzarella, and savory marinara sauce. Great combination. And to make it even better, everything is crowned with a new toasted garlic nut bun. You can even upgrade your combo with a new garlic top fries seasoned with garlic herb sauce. Don't miss out. Head on over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I'm working on it. We'll get Troy back on the line before too much longer. Over the weekend, everybody sent me copies of the paperwork that came out of the court and the FBI. And I'll try to paraphrase it. I think Troy will do a much better job than I will with it. It's about 24 pages, and basically it's there to support the federal taking of about $300,000 out of the Bank of Saipan there, and money that they are concerned might be evidence to support cases in the future of money laundering. Certainly money laundering, because he's back on the line, Cousin Troy. And Cousin Troy was among the first, I think, to read all 24 pages of that court paperwork and figure out who it was that they were talking about. It is kind of interesting, $300,000 or so taken from the Bank of Saipan there, and that looks like it is a conversation and actions that stem from an FBI raid in the CNMI that took place, was it 2018 or 2019, Troy?
It was November 2019. I can't remember the exact date. It might be November.
I recall, and is typical of some of these FBI actions. Sometimes something happens. They'll go and take documents and computers and laptops and disappear with them, and then you don't hear anything back from them one way or the other. But in this case, it looks like the other shoe has finally dropped, and the beginning of the investigations that took place all those years ago are now looking like they're getting closer and closer to appearing in a courtroom somewhere.
Yeah, so I asked Judge Fitzke if today on his show he could explain something in a little bit more of a detail. So there's some perspective here to that 24-page document. That was called a complete something for asset forfeiture. So the actual seizing of the money happened a while ago. It happened on December 30, 2019, and in a January 4, 2020 notice. Is where we know that AY that's in the complaint is a guy named Alfred Yu or Alfred Yui or something like that, and it was because so the federal government they have to by law disclose and it's online. There's an online disclosure the resource or the assets that are seized from people and all that stuff. And so with January 4, we just every now and then we look at that thing because we're were curious people. And we just happened to notice that they had seized this amount from Bank of Saipan, 2 accounts, and an account of Bank of Guam. And I believe there was also a notice in the U.S. District Court somewhere in Seattle. Anyway, so the actual seizure happened back then, but the complaint for asset forfeiture happened only on
New Year's
December
Eve
30 or something, December 31 maybe, of 2022. And so I asked Judge Chris to please explain that whole process and what it means on his show today. But from what we understand from, how our research and just going through federal court stuff over the past few years since in the business is that whenever you see a complaint for asset forfeiture, you look at what the underlying, and then you look at over the next few days, the indictments and the sealed cases that emerge in the district court. And so that's what we're looking out for now is, and the timing of this is, I don't think it's coincidental. They do the complaint for asset forfeiture, and Governor Ralph Torres' term is about to end. And, the going theory is that the guy's just going to be indicted soon. And we believe that he is individual number 2.
I wonder why they didn't, could have taken action prior to any inaugurations, or could have taken action really prior to, because it sounds like they've been sitting on this for a while and just putting some paperwork together. They could have done this prior to the election.
So lawyers tell me that the Justice Department is apprehensive about indicting sitting governors. And so, and the fact that he's a Republican and the president's a Democrat, doesn't look too good. But, he lost the election. He's getting out of office. It's their opportunity to do something and not be criticized so much for it. I don't know how true all that stuff is. That's just
I guess, but I think it would have made the process a little bit more interesting. Kind of like all of the water under Mike Sinicholas's bridge, and suggestions of improprieties and allegations against Mike Sinicholas, and by this time tomorrow, he ain't going to be a member of the House of Representatives. And whatever happened to all of that?
We just got duped. Us people of Guam got duped by a political machine that took advantage of a situation. Where is that? And where is the rest of the Guam media in following that story that they so followed during the days of the election? I mean, it was just this massive thing against Mike Sinicholas. They just didn't want Mike Sinicholas to be governor.
Well, I mean, to his credit, and I haven't read the entire thing. I've just gotten a start on it. It was Philly and Guerrero that was asking, that seems to be pointing a finger, going, well, so where's this case? Where's the end of the trial? Will there be a trial? Will there be other findings and reports that come out of Washington D.C. on Mike Sinicholas? But getting back to what we've got up in Saipan, 4 individuals have been identified. Individual 1, quote, a resident of the CNMI and a partner in a business in the CNMI. Individual number 2 is a resident of the CNMI and is a partner in a business in the CNMI. Individual 3 is a resident and political figure in the CNMI who owes a fiduciary duty to the citizens of the CNMI. And I love that language, owes a fiduciary duty to the citizens of the CNMI, and was apparently, a derelict in their responsibilities to those fiduciary duties.
Yeah, so one of the underlying criminal allegations that they based their complaint on was the honest services provision of federal law. So, you do things that deprive the citizens of the place that you represent of honest services. And so,
well, these guys were all supposed to be paying in based on the size of the businesses that they were doing there, and they, even after moving some of the minimums to larger amounts, still were not making payments into all of that. While seemingly people in the government of the CNMI were being treated to a luxurious living at the hands of these people that were basically buying or renting the influence of certain people in the government of the CNMI.
Yes, and one of the things that I wanted to
which is odd, because it seems to me they were already living large off the taxpayers of the CNMI. How much money were they pulling in?
This is just really the beginning. So these events that happened back in 2015 through 2019, this is really just the beginning of the federal and local look into Ralph Torres and everyone associated with his conspiracies, everyone associated with every effort by Governor Ralph Torres and his administration to deprive the people of the Commonwealth and the federal taxpayers of honest services, of money, and public trust. And you just have to look at the totality of this thing. And one of the things, I'm going to go live with Congressman Ed Probst later today. He's on Guam, and he's agreed to go live with me. I wanted to talk with him about, these big words, money laundering and wire fraud. And people might believe that, wire fraud is just this lofty thing, or like this big thing that only the smartest criminals can be a part of. Really, it isn't. It's when you do something illegally and you put the proceeds of that money into a bank.
You've committed it. I was joking with the family yesterday. I said, you know what? They're going to round up all the crooks in the CNMI. They're going to need some new ones. How about if we turn our eyes onto a life of crime? Let's go into white-collar crime and see if we can do it any better than these guys.
So this is the problem that I have.
I'd bring you in. I'd bring in, bro.
Is that so many Guamanians have already done that, and it's very embarrassing. If you look at this boost program and the number of Guamanians who took a flight to Saipan to get involved in all of that cronyism and deprive the citizens of the CNMI of money, take that money back to Guam so they can live large here. It's disgusting. And all of those Guamanians should be punished.
Well, what's becoming clearer and clearer here every day, and with each one of these new stories, is that all of the things that have seemingly been alleged of these criminals from the NMI, abetted by the thugs from around here, was true. And continues to be true to this day. It'll be worth watching. I think it'll be among the very interesting things that happens around here in this archipelago in 2023.
Yeah, my brother, he made a joke online. He was like, like all of this stuff that's coming out of the CNMI, the corruption's so bad. All it took was for one Guamanian to go over there and teach them how to steal things. Talk about island. We really are the island of thieves. The Spaniards had it right.
Yeah, well, apparently so. But you say that around here, and you sound like a colonizer. You sound like a colonizer. How dare you? But the reason is because it's true, unfortunately, and we seem to be putting our thumbprint on quite a number of things. Cousin Troy, always a delight talking with you. What time are you going to have the congressman on?
I don't know. So we're nursing a flat tire right now.
Oh, you did.
And you know what? I'm not as gay as I look. I know how to change a tire. The problem is that the road is too soft, or the ground is too soft, and the jack keeps slipping.
So have you called anybody? Do we need to send to send a tow truck out there?
No, someone's coming. Got insurance and all that, so it's covered.
Very good. Okay, all right. Well, it's not a question of whether you're gay or not. I mean, we all have certain capabilities, regardless of which way you swing, what team you're on.
Just in case it is too dangerous, we're on a two-lane road, so it's too dangerous to get on the pavement and change the tire there, and the ground is wet, so this is why we need professionals.
So it's sinking in. All right, 9:18 in the morning. Let me know how it goes. Send me a blurb, and we'll see if we can post something on Facebook. Alert everybody to Mike St. presence on Candid.
Oh, no, Congressman Ed Probst.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Saipan, yeah.
Saipan Congressman Ed Probst. Okay, all right. I got you. Appreciate the redirection on that. Worth watching anyway. Remarks were made earlier about Ed Probst and Doug Moylan being in the same geography.
Yeah, both anti-corruption crusaders, and I think Congressman Probst wanted to witness Doug Moylan's inauguration simply because he's an anti-corruption guy.
Well, let's see if one can learn from the other. I'll talk to you pretty soon, cuz. You have a great day.
You guys have a wonderful morning.
9:19 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. You better hurry up and get that car off the road here. Otherwise, there might be some people starting right now from poweronthemove.org. Tyler, did I get that right?
Hi, good morning.
Hey.
Yes.
Okay, good. So, I'm so glad. I've got the press release from you, but it's far. I enjoy far more talking to you on the phone and meeting up with you on the occasional get together over at Carabao on Wednesday nights. So it says here today there's going to be work doing, but this is not the work of moving heavy equipment yet. Correct?
Correct. We're still in the prep phase. As you can imagine, there's a lot of things that need to be done before starting the actual transportation of these huge equipment from the Port Authority down to Ukadu. So proud to say tree trimming has been completed. The median removal has actually been completed a week ahead of schedule. So now they're starting to do the prep work for the traffic signal span wire replacement. That's going on today on Route 1 and 6 at the Adelup intersection. And that's going to be happening from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. But there are a couple of details in there that that we want to get in to make sure that the community is well aware to just make the traffic process a lot smoother.
Okay, well, you're on the air now, and I'm looking at traffic around the Adelup area as we speak, and it looks like we might be seeing a little bit of a slowdown. Looks like on the north side right now.
Right. So from 9 to 11 a.m. for 2 hours, all northbound and southbound lanes will be closed in 5-minute intervals. So it's not going to be a complete shutdown. That would just be crazy, especially on a weekday. So,
right.
It'll be a little slower, but the lanes will reopen completely from 11 to 3 p.m. It'll be down to a single lane closure. So all lanes will be open. The lane closure will be southbound for the first 2 to 3 days, and then northbound for the remainder of the week.
All right, so smart money is to go on O'Brien Drive as quickly as you possibly can. That turn over at what we refer to as 9th Street, a.k.a. Sodis area, where the gas station is. Take that turn and go in and then make a left at the cliff, and that should get you through some of the delays, but you will be running into areas where there's a lot of stop signs. In fact, I'm looking at that in the traffic right now, where you see where the traffic is slowing down on Marine Corps Drive. That's sending everybody to O'Brien Drive, and I can see some northbound traffic slowing down just before you get to the Hulali area. So recognize that you'll be able to run from the traffic, but you won't be able to hide from it. So now this is where that question, I don't, maybe you get this a lot, is you said that the medians have been cleared out, but and I see that there's like medians over here in front of the radio station in between us and DPW. There's a median that I would stop at if I wanted to in the morning and wait out that light. That's still there. Now, about 50 feet in front of me is another median, and maybe 10, 15 feet behind that is the Duffy in the median, the hole in the median. And I'm going, I thought they were taking all of the medians out here. Can you explain why there's a chunk of median and then a Duffy and then another chunk of median?
So they've laid out specific plans on the median removal. They don't need to be removing all of the medians along Route 1. That would just be pretty crazy. But
that would be awesome. No more medians. No more medians. Just hang a Louis anytime you want to, wherever you want to.
Yeah, but they've removed the medians where they saw necessary for the huge the self-propelled modular trailers. So these things will be taking up 2 lanes during the transport. A single lane will be passable, I guess you could say, for the community. They've removed the medians where they saw necessary, and in the meantime, they've put up temporary medians. So after the whole transport is complete, they'll also be reinstalled. So just please, everyone, continue to drive safely along the routes. Remember that there is going to be some delays on Route 1 and 6 during this week. Yeah. And then later on in the week, they will be working on, actually the weekend, they'll be working on the Hagåtña intersection of Routes 1 and 4. So we'll be sure to notify the public once their schedule is finalized. I know. I got all my doggies in the background. I was trying to get them to all shut up.
No, they're cool. They're cool. I like family. Nobody complains about dogs on the radio or chickens or cats. We're cool. 9:24 in the morning. Now, my contact inside of the company, inside the transportation, says we'll probably start to see the big, heavy stuff moving in about 12 days. Is that what their reckoning is telling you?
Absolutely, fingers crossed. You know, we have this big goal of getting the first transport done by the first month of the year. So we're already leading up to that We don't have our schedule finalized just yet, but again, once we do, we'll let everyone know. Our biggest thing is that we want the public to be as safe on the roads as possible at all times. So planning your route ahead of time, staying up to date on all things on Power on the Move. We would highly, highly encourage everyone to subscribe to our newsletter on poweronthemove.org. On that website, you can find all the details of the projects as well as the schedule once it's put out, along with alternate routes to, make your commute a lot smoother.
So my friend Dave online is asking, what, self-propelled? Is it a robo-truck? And the answer is, for the most part, yeah, this thing is being run by remote control. There's no driver and a steering wheel that I'm aware of.
Yeah, it's really cool. So we have about 10 operators from Smithbridge that are going to be operating these things. And it's pretty self-explanatory, self-propelled. And Ray, you just said it.
It's like a caterpillar. It's like if
Yeah,
you go and look up pictures of how they move big parts in like NASA. And that kind of thing is you don't need a truck. You just need some kind of mechanization and somebody that can plug in like a drone remote control or something like that. And they've got operators. I'm familiar with one of the operators, and he might be like number 1 or number 2 crane guy on Guam. So this is not too far off of the kind of work that he's familiar with and knows how to do. So I think it's going to be. I think it will be kind of exciting that first night that we start seeing this stuff moving from the port very slowly onto Marine Corps Drive and then very slowly up to Ukadu.
Yes, and we already know that it is going to be something new for the island to see, especially knowing that these things are going to be operated via a controller, if you will. Mm-hmm. And they're going to be very big, very massive, moving at 1 mile per hour, like you just said. And it's going to be quite the spectacle, I'm not going to lie. But, you can also go to our poweronthemove.org website to see how these things are going to be operating. It's really cool. They can move diagonal, side to side.
Right.
And, it's understandable that anything new to the island, people are going to want to go and see it. But again, these are massive loads. We want to make sure this transport is as safe as possible, make sure people are cleared from the area completely away. So if you go to our website, you can see the gallery of how these are going to look like. And to kind of, I guess you could say, ease the public's curiosity on it. We don't want everyone flocking to there because you can imagine how crazy that's going to be stuck behind something moving at 1 mile per hour. So
right. Well, the interesting thing, if you ask me, there, Tyler, is what's going to happen at that first bridge over at the Maso River. Because we kind of an idea of what those things are rated for and what kind of weight they can handle at any given time. But we're talking about stuff where anywhere between 185, maybe up to 200 tons that are going to be going over some of these bridges. What is the impact going to be? Hopefully, this robo truck deal that they've got there will spread the load out wide enough so that it's not a real hazard to the surfaces that they're going to be on. But the other part is what's going to happen the first time it hits one of these old bridges.
So we want to assure everyone that we've had pre-transport bridge inspections, load simulations across the bridges, along with all the safety things have been done before the transport. So Moffett and Nickel, they were responsible for the pre-transport bridge inspections, and then should God forbid, knock on wood, anything go wrong, we do have temporary bridges in place should anything happen. What? However, the whole thing of the SPMTs are to minimize the weight on each tire as much as possible.
Right.
So when the SPMT is actually going over the bridges, those will be the times where traffic will be shut off because we don't want any extra weight on these bridges. It'll just be the SPMTs moving along them.
An exciting time. Got my fingers crossed that everything works out. Nice to know that there's a contingency. It's nice to know that we're working with experts and professionals in the field of moving heavy equipment. And as you pointed out numerous times, and I think James Howard gets a giggle every time you say massive loads. Stop it. Stop it. I know your mom. I shouldn't be making jokes like that with you. Give her a hug and a kiss the next time you see her. Tell her she's never far away from our thoughts.
Absolutely will. Thank you so much, Ray. Please, everyone, just stay up to date. Again, we have our Facebook and Instagram to follow at Power on the Move Guam. Again, our website is poweronthemove.org. Also, if you have any questions, you can always email info@poweronthemove.org.
That's the way to do that. It's always fun talking to you two. Have a fantastic rest of the day and Happy New Year to you. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow night.
You absolutely will.
All
Happy
right.
New Year, Ray.
Happy New Year's. 888-825-5888-TALK. You go, hey, what do you mean see you tomorrow night? I forget which band it is that plays at Carabao on Wednesday. Do you remember? I don't know.
John Dank. Yeah?
I don't.
Pop Rocks?
Maybe. I don't know, because I just kind of pass by, and then when I do, I feel like I'm the oldest fart there.
Yeah.
And I normally, I'll look around, and generally I am. So I'm going, okay, this is one of those things. Any minute now, I expect to see my daughter running around. Oh, my God, you're here now. I did it already, but I want to do a shout to Tattoo Shauna. It was so nice. My daughter, very anxious, 18 years old, and old enough now to make her own decisions about whether she wants to get a tattoo or not. And she and I have been talking about it for a long time. And she found a design that she liked, and Tattoo Shauna did it. And Tattoo Shauna was, to the degree that she's able to, right, alleviate some of the anxieties of all of this. And I'd love to share the video with you, and I'd love to share the pictures of the tattoo and everything, but that's hers. But I want to say thanks very much, Tattoo Shauna, who is a member of this family, treating Mayumi like she was a member of her family, and I thought that was fantastic. I will say it, even though she doesn't compensate me in any way, shape, or form, other than being a pal. Is if you are thinking about getting a tattoo, and maybe you've come to that point in your life, or maybe there's a design that you find meaningful for you, by all means, take a look at it, take it to her, and sit down for about 10 or 15 minutes and then work on the design, maybe a way to modify it and truly make it unique and individual to just you. And before you know it, you will be sporting something that you are going to absolutely love. 9:32 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. Is there more on the table of guys? You know who I miss? I'm going to say I miss him out loud. I know that not everybody, Peter Santos enjoys it when I talk with Dr. Ron McNinch, but I like it. And unfortunately, he has been away from communications for the last bunch of days. So I just wish him a happy new year. Hope everything is all right, and hope we get him a chance to talk to him on the radio at some point soon. Especially with all of the political intrigue that is out there. And I cannot. You're going to say, Ray, you're making too much about this, but it's not. This is guys. The next 2 years, easy. Next 2 years, this will be the easiest radio that I have ever done in my life. And man, I used to do music radio, right? This will be so. Oh my God, Doug Moylan is now again the Attorney General of Guam. You say what you want to about the years having an influence on him, maybe tempering some of the Doug Moylan stuff that was there when he was the first Attorney General of Guam. And this guy loved to get in firefights. I mean, it was, and I was just getting it started in the business. It was just kind of fun to watch him, do what the legislature should be doing, right? And that is standing up for the independence of the office. And it took him the first 4 years. So if you think other attorneys general had it pretty good in their terms as AGs, it's because of the work that Doug Moylan did and the firefights and the battles that he got into when he was first the Attorney General, because there was a thinking that, AG, elected or not elected, he still works for the governor of Guam. And his answer was, no, I don't work for him. I work for the people of Guam. And he had a different definition, certainly, of the people of Guam than the attorney Levin Camacho did. At any rate, that's all water under the bridge now. It's going to be fun to see what happens there, and fun to see what kind of firefights he finds himself into. And to the degree that we agree, how many of them we're going to go, yeah, go Doug, or oh boy, might be barking up the wrong tree on this one. But we'll see. First of all, you go after the Saki Milanias and the drug dealers and the pedophiles. Did you see that? Where is it? Somewhere they've changed the writing practice and will no longer be referring to pedophiles as pedophiles. They're going to say that they're attracted to young people or youth attracted. Have you seen that?
I've seen it. Yeah,
and
it's sick.
What? How? Why? I'm okay. I'm not going to say I'm all for inclusion, but I don't know that is a subset of the population that we need to be worried about including one way or the other, or using inclusive language one way or the other. You're not supposed to do that. In this culture, in our version of polite society, you are not supposed to do that. It's not romantic. It's not Romeo and Juliet. It's not any of those kinds of things that certain people on the left feel that it is. But it seems to me that there is a whole lot of grooming and changes in the language that are moving off in that direction. What's that? Lions versus Packers, Week 18 game flexed. I don't even know what that means. This is another example. This is the Google sending me an alert that I didn't ask for. Green Bay Packers and Detroit Lions will face off in Week 18 in a very pivotal game. If the Packers win, they are in the playoffs. The Lions will get in with a win against the Packers and a Seattle Seahawks loss. The Seahawks will play the LA Rams Sunday afternoon at 3:25. Packers-Lions game, however, was flexed to prime time. Okay, I'm going to assume that means that maybe they moved it around. There's a whole lot of TBD.
Go Dr. Shea.
What's that?
I said go Dr. Shea.
Amen to that, brother. But there is a whole lot of TBD in what is going to be Week 18. Sorry, can I just real quick, sports? Today is the last game. Today, the last game of the week number 17 in the National Football League. We'll see the. Oh, wait a second. Oh, is that done? I guess it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I refreshed it or should have refreshed it. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me just refresh again the screen. There it is. Bills and Bengals are supposed to play today at 11:30. That is the last game of week number 17. Then we go into week number 18. That will start. Looks like all of the games are going to be Sunday games, but I don't know when everything is going to be going on. We got 3 games on Sunday? Chiefs, Raiders, Titans, Jags, and the Ravens, Bengals. The only game that has a schedule on it right now is Titans, Jaguars. And then there's a whole bunch of Monday games: Browns, Steelers, Vikings, Bears, Patriots, Bills, Jets, Dolphins, Buccaneers and the Falcons, Panthers and the Saints, and the Texans and the Colts. Moving into the Cardinals and the 49ers. Nobody is going to work on Monday the 9th. Everybody's going to be watching football somewhere. Cowboys and the Commanders, Rams and the Seahawks, Giants and the Eagles. Holy crap, this is huge. What a huge schedule. Chargers and the Broncos, and the Lions and the Packers. And the winners of all of that will find themselves in the next rounds. We'll be moving after that into the wild card, and then we've got the divisional rounds that are going to be taking place here and there. So it won't be too much longer that you'll be able to start filling out your brackets, what's going to be happening, and figure out who are going to get to the Super Bowl, which means, Real Joe,
what does it mean?
That means we have to start paying attention to it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's that time. It's going to start getting interesting now. And we'll pick all of our favorite teams. Even though you and I never went to a stateside college, or have, like a team from the States. What's the big Denver Broncos, right? Because your boy's in Colorado?
Colorado.
Okay, so you can be a Denver Bronco guy.
I can.
And see how they're doing.
Totally sucked this year.
So my babe, the youngest of the sisters, Rebecca, lives out in North Carolina, and so I guess I'll be a Carolina Panthers fan.
Yeah, Panthers.
Yeah, Woo! Woo! Go Panthers! I was thinking about it. One of my wives liked the 49ers. So I'll pray they lose. I'll pray they lose. Wait a second. Did the Panthers play last weekend? Packers, Chargers, maybe not. I don't. I'll look around. But this is the time where I start to now that I start to pay attention to that kind of thing. 9:39 in the morning. Tell you what. Let me just take a quick break because I'm getting stuff sent to me on the WhatsApps, and that's usually, hey, guess what? Okay, let me see if I got a guess what here after these.
Have a day and a happy new year from KFC. And me, I'm Colonel Sanders. And to kick off the new year, I'm bringing back one of my best deals, the $25 fill-up bucket. That's 10 pieces of original recipe drumsticks and thighs with 2 large sides of red rice for only $25. It's the highest caliber meal for you to spend less money. KFC's $25 fill-up bucket is available at all KFC restaurants island-wide and here for a limited time. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Now I got it. Okay, so it's this is not, guess what? It's from Dave Sablon, and he's dropping science. He's going to school me, bro.
Here we go.
In
waste energy?
How to reduce the load.
All right.
They are massive loads.
Yeah.
But we need to protect the roads and the bridges. So, by the way, this is Iki Island and Fukuoka sunrise from aboard the Herodot. Our buddy Carl Meyer took that shot. Thank you very much. I appreciate you classying the place up with that. All right, so Dave writes, a number of axles and wheels is key to spreading weight. For example, 4 axles, 16 wheels can easily handle 23 to 24 metric tons, or about 51,000 to 53 pounds. So you determine the weight of the cargo, and you get a heavy-duty trailer with lots of axles and wheels. Slow speed is needed to lessen the push-down weight of cargo onto the trailer and the axles over the bumps in the road. So if the cargo is, say, 50 metric tons, you would probably need a heavy-duty trailer with about 8 axles and 32 wheels. Now, Ed Cruz might fight you on this, either of the Cruz boys. But now we take that figure and go, okay, so if it's 50 metric tons, and the weight that we need to move is up to 200 metric tons. That means 32 axles. And, Joe, what's 32 times 4? 120.
64.
130 something. That many wheels. Well, it's 64. So 64 times 2.
Don't ask me about math, man. Ask me about Spanish. I took Spanish too.
Right. Now don't get Dave Sablon started on languages at Father Duenas, because when he went to Father Duenas, I'm serious now. They were still teaching Latin, and I'm sorry that I didn't have the opportunity to take any more Latin. It's not like Father Erik Forbes basically taught himself how to do Latin and all of that stuff. Okay, John Santos goes, and if it gets a flat tire. My guess is all of the other tires will work. Tattoo Shauna says, too much math in the morning, not enough coffee. Bill Mayfield's there. Brad Woods to spread the load. You know, I know where you guys are going on this is completely inappropriate for talk radio. I want you to know. So there's going to be a reckoning. There's going to be a reckoning. Biba 49er says Henry Manglotnia. Post Canteen says CF Championship next Tuesday. Jerome says the Raiders blew it yesterday. No more Thursday, Friday, or Monday night or Tuesday for the rest of the season. All right, got that. Pam Duval says, why change the language? Does it hurt their feelings? Pedophile is what it is. Actually, there's actually a few other files, depending on how old the person that these sickos are interested in. But I'm not going to bother to learn that. I think pedophile covers pretty much the whole gamut there. Brad Wood says Christmas tattoo. Lucia's got her gift certificate. Right on. Oh, Tattoo Shauna will do gift certificates. Just FYI. Randy Landis, alien levitation methods. That's what you're using. Ancient pyramid transport methods. How did they build the pyramids? We use the same technology to move these massive loads down the street. Paul Zanoni is watching. What's that? Can James Howard stand under the bridges and hold them up? Is that kind of a Superman? Yes. Let me see. Roadway Roomba says Pam Duval. Norma Tabayoyo, good morning to you. I got Dave Dinsman still hanging out. Marjon Conception. Dale Audette. Dave says, hi, Tyler Matanani. Good to see you online. Sarita Gurin. Greed is insatiable. Yeah, we were having that conversation before about what's going on up in Saipan, CNMI, Bank of Saipan. Gets visited by the guys over in the Fed, and one of them says, you know what, we've got jurisdiction. Here's 24 pieces of paper that will outline how it is that we are entitled to grab all of this money from you as a way to say, welcome to the courtroom here pretty soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. Howard Atlas, there's a new name. Traffic jam for a week, says Dave Duenas. Bertha Mazza Cruz online saying massive. Should that be a thing? You know what? I'm going to change the subject. I'm going to change the subject because otherwise, you guys, I'm going to be on this all day. And the subject I'm going to change it to is let's hear it for the last Catholic Pope, Pope Benedict XVI. Some of you will get the joke. Last Catholic Pope. That's it's the ones that don't like the direction of the Vatican and the Church right now that will go, oh. The first pontiff in 600 years to resign, standard bearer for conservatives, died at 95 in the Vatican monastery where he lived. Bells tolled in Rome on news of his death. Many went to pray in St. Peter's Square on hearing the news. The Vatican said his body would lie in state. And in fact, it is now at St. Peter's Basilica. Pope Francis will preside at his funeral on Thursday. That doesn't happen very often. The Vatican spokesman said following the desire of the Pope Emeritus, the funeral will take place in a sign of simplicity. Benedict, the first German Pope in 1,000 years, he was elected in 2005 to succeed John Paul II, who was universally beloved. But it was a tricky time to get in there. There were a lot of child abuse scandals. We're familiar with all of that conversation here. He's credited, though. This Pope Benedict is credited with jump-starting the process to discipline or defrock predator priests after a laxer approach under his predecessor. And we will finally bid him a fond farewell, and he will be, I think, spiritually recompensed into the future. 9:47 in the morning. See? Nobody's writing anything about massive anything on the screen now. Everybody's a quiet reverence on the conversation. There will be. I thought I had it printed out, but there will be moving through. Darn. I thought I had the paperwork from the Archdiocese. There is going to be a mass here. And I'll see if I can, when I can, it'll probably be tomorrow, but I'll see if I can get the paperwork on that so that you can make plans to participate. There it is. The Requiem Mass is going to take place this week. Archdiocese of Vagana Vicar General Father Romeo Convocar invites all people to a Requiem Mass for our late beloved Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI to be celebrated 5 p.m. Friday, January the 6th at the Ganya Cathedral. Pope Benedict entered eternal life Saturday, December 31st in his residence at the Mater Ecclesiae Monastery. If you need translations, find Dave Sablon. He'll Requiem,
straight to heaven, that guy
Ecclesiaste, etc., etc. The retired Pope is cherished for his great love for God and deep desire to bring each of us closer to holiness and our Lord. Father Romy will be the main celebrant of the Mass, joined by concelebrating priests of the Archdiocese, deacons, and religious sisters of our church on Guam will be present, as well as different archdiocesan groups. Catholics on Guam have joined people throughout the world in praying for the most holy shepherd of our church and servant of God during personal prayers and masses and rosaries. We mourn the passing of this extraordinary shepherd of the church, yet as Christians, we also have joy because of the tremendous gift that God gave us in Pope Benedict and the promise of eternal life that our Savior offers to each of us. So, Friday, 5 p.m., Cathedral Basilica, if you'd like to participate in
You'd make a great deacon, Ray. I think you would.
I've turned down many opportunities to spend my Sundays in the church.
There's no sand in there, right?
There's
no beer.
Yeah, no bikinis. We need to. Well, I'm one of those guys. Church is kind of everywhere, 888-825-5888-TAA. Okay, you got to be kidding. Matt Murphy's on the line?
No, I'm not kidding, man.
Oh. Trying to remember the last time I talked to this guy on the radio.
Last year? It's been a year.
You remember when he jumped the fence over at the hospital, at the hotel?
I miss him, man.
Matt Murphy, Mad Dog Matt Murphy's on the line. How you doing there, buddy? Happy New Year.
I got something to do in the morning.
Hello, Matt.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay, yeah. Tell him to shut up.
Okay.
I got a guy on the bigger name on line one. Hello. Matt, are you there?
Yes, I am.
How you doing, buddy?
Good.
The world is a less predictable place with you in it. Do you know that?
Oh, well, geez, I really appreciate that compliment.
What's going on? What's your New Year's wish? What's your resolution? What are we working on?
To get these 23 homes Atlanta Estates occupied.
Okay.
I'm the general contractor out here.
Okay.
All 23 homes, the water and power's on to each one. I put in some hand soap by the sinks, vacuum sinks, and bought some welcome mats yesterday. All 23 are ready to occupy. They've been signed off by a master electrician. The letter was written on the 28th. They're ready. Full running water, power, everything.
So what's the holdup?
Just typical bureaucratic red tape, politics between agencies and so forth.
But otherwise, we've got these properties on Ladder that we might be able to move some otherwise homeless people into.
Correct. They've got all brand new dual glazed, energy efficient windows made in Taiwan or typhoon proof. New floors, new doors, all new wiring, new panels, new bathroom fixtures, new kitchen cabinets, nice little utility sink, and a brand new water heater. We just bush cut everything in anticipation of getting a final inspection.
So what's the problem? There's a story about Guam housing with
some pictures.
Sorry, Matt. There's a story in the Guam about the Guam Housing Corporation, which asking some questions on the values here that have been presented to them for payment.
Oh, correct. Yeah, they owe us about $500,000 and we're done.
No. Well, then maybe I if I was you, I'd hold on to the keys a little bit longer until you get that $500,000 out of the government of Guam coffers and into your hands.
You see, I'm far too nice of a man. On Wednesday, on the 28th at 11 a.m., I had this letter signed, and I gave them a duplicate set to every single house. And the same key fits the front and back door, had everything keyed properly.
Good.
And then there's a key to a nice storage closet out in the carport. The houses are beautiful.
Well, I might have you swing by and give me a quote. I need to change out some of the windows and sliding doors over at my place. In the very least, screen windows, screens for my windows and sliding doors. We can get something like that done. In fact, I'm literally going to take your phone number down.
Right direction, Ray, and help you with that never-ending wall that you've been talking about.
No, it's done. It's done. Yeah. We got Captain Korea came by. And he was able to do it, I think, at the urging of my neighbors, who are also Korean, at their urging, gave me a great price, and they were able to do it in concrete all the way up, recreated everything spectacularly. So they're just some little things that I need to get done in the house that I can't do myself.
Get them ordered from the lovely lady up at JK Tile. Their stuff from Taiwan is fabulous.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm jealous because I'm seeing some neighbors doing renovations doing exactly the same thing. At any rate, I appreciate the telephone call, and maybe tomorrow, if we're reaching around for something to talk about, get back with you and maybe somebody from housing and find out what it's going to take to get that last bill paid and start moving.
They're going to pay us. There's no problem with that. It's just, shoot, I just want to...
Well, with who? I mean, the only other people that they'd be talking to that I'm aware of might be the guys over at Gura.
Yeah. Well, there's so many different agencies, and, I'm dealing mainly with Public Works. They're kind of my buffer. We got a good relationship with everybody. Of course, it's had its ups and downs. It's been almost a year. and we had a lot of problems with the COVID supply
Right.
constraints. Just the shortages in general was a real biatch, because of that.
Yeah.
Getting materials.
Well,
I flew to Hawaii
everybody's
once and
having
LA
to.
once to go to Home Depot and go shopping. And
Yeah, so and then the other thing is if you've got the materials, you don't have guys to do the work. It's the same problem that I'm hearing virtually all over the place from people with big contracts and small contracts that need to get done. Matt, always fun talking with you. I got your number. I'll be in touch.
Thank you. God bless you, and have a happy New Year, everybody.
Oh, you too. You too. I appreciate hearing from you. As I said, the world is a whole lot less predictable when you just look at the line. And me and James Howard are clenching at the same time. Just wondering, okay, is this that moment? One of the last times that I actually had him in the studio, he brought in some Daytimer beers, which is
that's when he escaped GMH. Right?
Solid IPA, but it doesn't burn, and yeah, you can drink that at lunch, right? Just like one or two. After that, maybe not a good idea to go back to the office. 9:55 in the morning. I'm looking. I see spots that need to get paid. Do I need to do that? Okay, we'll run into a break. Just a note here, 9:55. A reminder that whatever it is that you got for Christmas that you got to plug into or charge or has Bluetooth on it, there is a perfect accessory waiting for you right now at Beyond the Box. Maybe you're in the market for a new iPad. I think they got 9th generations for like $399, all your favorite colors, different sizes, and more. Find out what they can do to help improve your digital life at Beyond the Box today.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
All 3 stations, all 3 morning shows. Thanks to all the listeners for Pika's Best, Choice Broadcasting has swept the top 3 best radio stations. The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Top 3 radio personalities, Kyle Mandapat, Ray Gibson, and Daryl Lizama. Put the power of Pika's Best to work for you. If you're an advertiser, call 671-888-7346 for information, rates, and packages. And let us get your message out to Pika's Best listeners with Pika's Best broadcasters. And thanks for listening to Pika's Best.
Guam Regional Medical City was awarded Advanced Primary Stroke Center certification from the Joint Commission. What does this mean? It means our neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and a team of the finest neurological doctors to treat stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
8:50. I barely have enough time to do that. I might have to save some of this for tomorrow. I've got there is a report about what people are concerned about, polls asking what their top priorities for the government to work on in 2023. Forget about the pillow talk from the election, right? It was all lies to begin with. Now that you're, for the most part, in office, everybody except the legislature, for the most part, now that most of you are in office, these are some of the things that we'd like you to work on. And as you might imagine, if you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, they might not all be the same thing. We don't all agree on the same things at the same time. FYI. So Democrat, top 10 for Democrats, environment and climate change. Lord help us. Come on, really? It's a cult. You guys are members of some kind of a climate and environmental cult, and there's nothing that any government in the planet is going to be able to do to sort things out. We're just going to have to be smart, and for the most part, those kinds of things happen with smart people working with smart things, and leave it to business to take care of those issues, if you will. Gun control. The thing says gun issues. But when we're talking about Democrats, we all know that means gun control. The economy in general, followed by inflation. And at number 5, this is odd, you'd think the Democrats would like this higher, education. For the independents, the top 5 things that they would like the government to work on are inflation, the economy in general, unemployment and jobs, Immigration, oh boy, big one on there. You know, because we've got the Chinese boaters around here, and the big Chinese boat that the aircraft carrier they sent by here. Healthcare reform at number 5, and for Republicans, our top 5: immigration, inflation, the economy in general, crime and violence, and the cost of energy. Because most people get this. Energy and the price of energy control virtually everything else. In the 70s, they called it a petrodollar for a reason. And I think we need to revive that kind of language around here. Hey, I got to go. Couple of points here. Just to brag, low-key brag. Wordle in 3. Can I? Let me just say that again. Wordle in 3. I feel like Doug Moylan, you know, raising his right hand and holding a Bible in the other. Yeah, Wordle in 3, baby. That's what I'm all about. Stand by now. Time for Fox News on the Point.
Police say 19-year-old Trevor Bickford faces attempted murder and assault charges after they say he stabbed 2 officers just outside Times Square on New Year's Eve.
According to the FBI, Bickford from near Portland, Maine, took the knife out at a checkpoint just blocks from Times Square around 10 p.m. New Year's Eve. He stabbed 2 officers. A third was able to shoot him, sending Bickford to the hospital. All 3 officers are expected to make a full recovery.
Fox's David Spond, a law enforcement official, tells the Associated Press investigators are looking into whether Bickford was inspired by radical Islamic extremism. After what's being described as a computer problem, the FAA slowed hundreds of flights into and out of Florida, even putting a ground stop in place for a while. The computer problem has been fixed, but the delays continue. With another release of deposition transcripts, the House committee investigating the January 6th riot ends its work.
The Select Committee exposed the truth and recommended legislative action. Top members Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney said in a closing message. A final report released last month totaled nearly 850 pages and recommended barring former President Trump from holding office again.